And we will begin with public comments or communications for anybody who does not wish to speak to a specific item. Now is a good time to talk to council. If you want to speak to a specific item, you'll also get an opportunity to do so at that time. In council, we did not get anything in OpenGov that's just addressed in general, so they're all to specific agenda items. And not seeing that anybody is here to speak, we'll move on to staff reports, starting with the administrator's report.
So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. This is our very first live stream. Our residents are able to see it on YouTube. They are able to see you and the agenda. So the audio and the clip improved today, and the system better and goes along to the point where we can have interactive with our council in a virtual environment.
And yeah, specifically, just want to thank Duncan and Leo and Rob and the staff for putting this together. Look for future improvements as we get feedback, but also if council you get feedback and you want to consider other upgrades, such as investing in more soundproofing or better pan and zoom tilt cameras. We're going to try to iterate on this and see how it goes. But thank you very much, Rob, for pulling this together and working with staff to get it done, and Leo for all the consulting help he's done, and the city administrator and Duncan for their work on this. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. So item number 1 is a Daisy Dash check presentation. I don't see Brent in the audience. They wanted to present, the Austin Runners Club was going to present a check that was going to be submitted to the charity. Oh, thought you were with Austin Runners Club. But we'll postpone that to another meeting. The second item is the speed survey result. We did have quite a bit of resident participation, and just a quick summary, all of the information was provided in your backup. The overwhelming response is there is an issue with speed, specifically on some named streets that are provided in the backup. And there's an overwhelming response about no speed humps, with the exception of one street. And so we may want to take a pointed approach, specifically with that street, and addressing not only the speed, but the speed hump issue and some potential other solutions in the short term. So it's going to require a deeper dive with that affected street.
And just for folks looking at the backup, though, make sure I'm matching what the assessment from staff is that Sunflower Trail was the one that had the majority of respondents saying that there is a speed issue, and the majority of respondents saying that they wanted to see some mitigation considered for that. Okay.
Correct.
And that, looking at the other results, it was a little bit more even or mixed, or not in favor of, but that one street did have a response that skewed towards having some mitigations in place.
The third item, the development, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
On that one, I noticed a number of respondents asked about enforcement, and now that Chief Carter's here, I'd love his kind of input about kind of enforcement in the areas in question. I'll let you, sit down for a minute.
Okay, what was your question?
So the speed, we're talking about the speeding survey as to whether people want speed humps or whatnot. And a number of respondents said that they were concerned about enforcement and would rather see that stepped up before speed hump or speed bump, installation. So I'd like your comments on enforcement and just kind of your thoughts on that.
We will step up our enforcement on the residential streets, but enforcement on a residential street with very little traffic is very random, and the volume of cars that come through, you're going to get random results. I would like to combine the enforcement with our speed trailer, and possibly even getting additional of the small speed signs that go on signs. They're relatively inexpensive. It's just to use our resources. I mean, we're limited in our officers. We have 2 working most of the time. I've traveled through myself trying to see about the volume of traffic on some of the streets where I got the complaints. The officers would be sitting there for the most part waiting for a speeder. I would appreciate it if there's someone on the street, because I think that's what's going on. There's a particular resident on the street or something that may be continuously speeding. If somebody would contact us and tell us about when that's going on, we can definitely be there at more of a targeted time, and I think we get more impact out of that. But when we can get into those residential for the random speeder, but again, we'd be more effective if someone would just tip us and tell us, hey, about this time, this person is doing this, because that's what I've found with most residential speed complaints. There's a certain person or two that are constantly doing it, not random cars just speeding down residential streets, particularly dead-end residential streets like ours.
Chief, the street that was requesting the most, well, that had the most responses related to speed and enforcement was Sunset Trail.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Sunflower Trail.
Sunflower.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Sunflower Trail, to me, that neighborhood is the most where speed bumps would be most effective. The speed limit there, for as tight as it is, it's going to be, if you're driving the speed limit, it's going to be too fast, even if you're not speeding. It's very tight through there. But I think speed bumps would be effective there, possibly lowering the speed limit as well. But again, that's another area where if we just sat there trying to conduct speed enforcement, more than likely we're going to catch people that are going the posted speed. It's just that a speed may be too fast for how congested it is in there.
Any other questions on that item of the city administrator report? There's more to.
No, just that Austin Runners Club is here, so if we can
Okay.
go back to, so hi, Brent. Come on up.
Where do you want us?
At the podium.
Do you guys want to stand for a giant check presentation and take your picture?
This is a great photo op.
The person that's going to take the photo is not here, so...
I will take a photo. I'll take a photo.
Do you want to do it on your?
I have a phone. I'll send it.
Whatever. Step here and we can space out enough, but if we stand in front of our.
Just catch us from here on. We okay, pressure? Yeah.
So Austin Runners Club is making a donation based on the 5 and 10K that we had a little bit before Halloween. They're making a donation to Marathon Kids, and they wanted to present it at the city council because you guys were so supportive of holding the event here. So I wanted to put there you go.
Yeah, so thank you for giving us time today. Thank you for the amazing support of Sunset Valley and the entire community for the race last year. It was, in our eyes, a wild success, especially given where we're at with COVID, where we're at that point. We had numbers that we did not even expect, both in terms of participation and in terms of revenue. And we had nothing but fantastic feedback from the community, from participants. And we definitely could not have done it without all of your support. So thank you, thank you, thank you. It was hopefully the first of many Daisy Dashes in Sunset Valley. We're starting to think about planning for next year, and we'd love to come back and start talking about logistics and how to make this event even bigger and better. So we were able, like we said, to donate $18,000 to Marathon Kids to help further their programming in the community, and we're just really excited about making this event even bigger and better in the future.
Well, thank you all so much for being
Yeah,
here.
thank you. Thanks for the time.
It was an honor to host you, and really look forward to many years, hopefully, of a relationship, because certainly our city, I think, enjoyed hosting the event, and seeing the effects, with the donation amount is really wonderful. So thanks for coming and sharing that with us. All right.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. I'm not going to dive too deep into the development process, just to remind you that you were sent a memo yesterday that has some attorney-client privilege. And so I'm open for any recommendations or discussion the council wants to have amongst itself on bringing that conversation back.
For that particular item, I think one of the follow-ups I want to do is bring back an agenda for some of the immediate changes that have been determined that we need to make or should evaluate making as part of our code. The longer-term process, I think, obviously is going to require engagement and potentially leveraging some of the funding that we set aside this year for that effort. But I think there's some immediate items that we might want to see as soon as possibly one of our upcoming agendas, so we can address that.
The Planning and Environmental Committee will be reviewing the RFP for the code scrub, and I think they're doing that as soon as this week's meeting.
Okay.
So it should be back at council, hopefully end of this month, early next.
Okay.
Moving on to calls, we do have some, and to put a significant hamper in the administration, work through that. I'll turn it over to you on council retreat.
Thank you, Council. I made a decision last month based on your progress and against the recent surge, and at the time, things were trending in a negative direction. Things have started to improve, although we're still, I think, in a situation where it's the stress on and strain on our healthcare and hospital systems is still not over, right? But I think there is a foreseeable time when we could meet in person for a lengthy period of time, like the retreat. I was going to propose as a consideration that we look at the 18th and 19th of this month for those dates. That potentially, is going to be, feedback based on everybody's availability and staff's availability. The weekend after that, we do have an event already planned, which is a Valley Creek volunteer event that I know that at least a couple of people on, myself and one council member are going to be in, so that might preclude that weekend. If we wanted to look out further than that, it's starting to get, a little bit too far out for some of the planning that we need to get done. So we do have some options, and obviously we can also look at alternatives other than a Friday, Saturday. This is just more rescheduling for that same Friday, Saturday, but the 18th and 19th. And so if council, if you have feedback tonight, that'd be wonderful. I can start working with the residents that are volunteering and staff to see if those dates can be rescheduled for. Okay, so the 19th you won't be able to make, so if we did something like that, we may have to shift it to accommodate. Okay. Okay, so your conflict is the 18th and 19th, so you won't be able to make it. Okay.
And the Valley Creek kind of trail work is going to be done. It's on a Tuesday, because
that's right. I was thinking it was on the Saturday for some reason.
No, there's a I think it's a My Park Day event that was going to be this Saturday, but it's going to be like really cold, so we're pushing that to the 12th. But no, the Valley Creek trail thing is
so
on
that
a
would
Tuesday.
open up the 25th and 26th if that works better for everybody on council.
That's much better for me.
Is it much better? Councilmember Carmona?
Yeah, no, I don't have problems with that. Then I have one question.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. We used to have some earphones. So we used to have a package of maybe 10 or 11 earphones, then we used to use that inside. It's very difficult. Only I can hear maybe 45% sometimes. What are they talking or what are you talking? I'm sorry, with all respect. But sometimes with the earphones was very easy. Well, not easy, but we catch most of that. I don't know why today, the mask, the building, but in this corner, you don't catch too much. So this is why. So perhaps if later they can bring that, if they can borrow to me one,
Okay,
I will appreciate that. I'm sorry for that interruption, but it's important to understand. Thank you.
Councilmember Rosengarten, is that 25th and 26th?
It works.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so staff, if we can begin planning towards the 25th and 26th, I think that's when we're going to be rescheduling our retreat. I'm not planning on canceling our second meeting in February, so this will be for our first meeting in March because we have too much business to continue to go through. So this is going to be extra work that the latter between the February meeting and the first meeting in March in terms of council business. Right? Hand it back.
So following up, we do have those beautification plans that are being led by CED. We'll pick up that discussion tomorrow. They had issued a memo to the council requesting that we move forward with the banners and the poles. You do have the banner item in front of you tonight, so I anticipate we'll be moving a lot sooner on that. Also, the Arts Commission has completed their art and public spaces, and it's with the attorney, so that will also play into the beautification process. We are also moving forward with the spring volunteer event. We had hoped to have it at some point in February. Obviously, COVID has put a kibosh on that. Looking into the late March, early April timeframe to continue that event. Arts Commission continues their project planning for 2022. Art Fest 2022 preparation. We did use the Home Depot funds that were provided as a grant, so they were able to purchase a great deal of supplies there. The Zoning Commission this month will hear an SUP for 6405 Brody, contingent upon a zoning change being heard tonight. We will also pick up short-term rentals, so that one's really important on the 23rd. And then the Board of Adjustment has a residential variance request. March 2nd is that date for Board of Adjustment, March 2nd. We do have our website launch 2/22/22. Staff, especially Matt and Carolyn, have been working extremely hard on that website, and thanks to Councilmember Johnson, who's also scrubbing to make sure that our documents do not get lost in translation. We do anticipate bringing you a document management piece at some point in the next probably 30 to 45 days as we scrub it out. We need to make sure that not only do we have the documents, we have an ability to archive them consistently across all platforms. So we know that's a very, very urgent item. Already spoke about the art and public spaces. And then we do have an item, I'm going to perhaps assume we're going to discuss it at retreat, staffing levels, and we still have that marketing item to close out. And that's what I have for staff reports.
Council, any questions for the city administrator for the administration report? Councilmember Carmona?
Yeah, with respect to the staff levels, do they start the interviews for the application for the person for public works?
Oh, I'll punt that to Carolyn, the superintendent.
So we've had a number of applicants, some of them very well qualified for that position. We had originally planned to start interviews this week, but with the winter storm, we're kind of holding off until next week so that we can make sure to focus on winter storm response this week. So next week, we will start interviews for that position.
So you have 20, I hear that they have 20. So how many of them did you select?
We have probably about 10 of them that are, I mean, there's a lot of really well-qualified individuals in that group. And actually, 20 was, I would say there's closer to 30 applicants that we received. So it was, and a lot of them very well-qualified for the position.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the city administrator? Matt, I have a request. Can we make the website launch at 2:22 and 22 seconds, please?
On a Tuesday.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, it's on a Tuesday. All right, thank you. Moving on to Public Works.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll keep this kind of quick. I know we've got a lot of things on the agenda tonight, so just a final reminder, final push, wastewater averaging through has finished, so hopefully everybody did a really great job with that now that we're in February. The other thing I wanted to point out, we do have the endpoints for the AMI program, so we'll be starting and reaching out to some residents to be part of that pilot program for automated meter infrastructure. So that will be starting very soon. We'll be coming back with a couple different items in the next few weeks for council. We'll have as Sylvia had mentioned, we'll have the RFQ for the land development code revisions. Planning Environmental should be reviewing that this week. And then we'll also have an RFB for water quality pond maintenance. And then if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer those.
Councilmember Carmona.
Yes. I would like to know if we are ready for the weather that we will have.
Yes, we've been meeting, and Chief Carter may address this as well. We've been meeting with the police department and coordinating efforts to have people on hand overnight on Thursday night and Friday night, depending on, with the weather, how things advance. So we'll have some people here. We'll also be putting out salts and sand on the streets. We won't be, it's supposed to rain a lot beforehand, so we don't want it just to wash. So we'll be here on hand as the situation develops. But if for that particular, Chief Carter, Phil.
But they will have a website reading that, and they will understand, because we will expect that tomorrow, and I don't see that in the website.
Oh, we can update the website with some information on that expecting freezing weather, things to do, things like that. Okay.
This is my suggestion, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and I think we can send out and Sylvia, I think you're already planning on this, but like 2 weeks ago when we had kind of a false alarm, weather event, it got really cold, but there wasn't any ice. We did send out communication, and we'll do that again just to make sure that people are alerted and to take it seriously, since this is expected to actually leave some participation and potentially, have ice on the roads, or maybe even something a little bit deeper than that.
Yes, there's an eye contact scheduled for tonight. Also, it's really important that folks register within the links that are in that eye contact. That is super critical information from the Department of Emergency Management that ends up getting to us, but this is almost going straight to the source, so.
Great, thank you. Other questions for the Public Works Director or Public Works? Councilmember Rosengarten?
On the CIP projects, could we make sure every time we have either an amendment that comes to council or to Budget and Finance that it's coded each time? And the CIP, look through those and make sure everything is coded. So every time we look at it, we can see a code. And send me the latest copy, please. Okay. Thank you.
So Councilmember Rosengarten, on that part, the mayor in our communications today asked for a monthly financial report for professional services. So engineering, accounting, and legal will be provided at the second meeting of every month. So on the 15th, you will get an updated report where we are, a snapshot that should match all of our CIP reports.
Coded. Yep. Got it.
Yep.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Carmona?
Yeah. I was looking in OpenGov for the CIP budget, and I couldn't find that. So I think that we need to have the funds for the CIP so we can be watching how that is working with each project and how much money they are using and what is the concept of that. So they are not in open government yet, and it's close to $1.9 million.
They are in OpenGov, Councilmember Carmona. It is Fund 30. So I have it up on the screen right now. If you go to all funds, and it is Fund 30, CIP projects, CIP and projects. Departments is all departments, obviously, because it touches all of the departments. And expense type, you're able to select it all. So one of the, let me exit out of this so you can see.
So you can go to
Yes,
some
so
project, for
there are-
example, Lone Oak.
Yes. So, for example, there's three. As the task order is approved at the city council level, Susanna assigns a fund and a project number, not a fund because it's already Fund 30, a project number, and then we're able to track expenses. She was waiting until the task order was approved to assign it a number so that it was live in OpenGov. But we're going to go ahead and assign them all a number so that you can see them all live immediately.
Well, thank you. I didn't see that before, so now it's very good. I
Thank
will
you.
be watching that. Thank you.
And also, council member, we'll have that information on the new website. It'll be much more accessible. I'm working on the pages now for that project.
Any other questions for the Public Works? All right, moving on to Police Department, Chief Carter.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll start off with some good news. The citywide security cameras, or 8 of 10 of them have already been installed. The remaining 2 are scheduled for this week. Of course, with the weather, that may be delayed. We tested the cameras that are installed last week. They're working perfectly. Basically, if you come into our city, you will be captured on camera. Your license plate will be captured. If an incident occurs in our city and we have a description of the vehicle, approximate time, or the actual license plate, we'll be able to find the suspect or the witness or whatever. And the cameras are set up so that it's a net around our city. There's no way to come in without being caught on camera. However, they're not cameras that are just constantly recording your actions. If you were out walking, it's not recording you. Some people express concerns about constant recording. It's not that. We'll be looking for specific vehicles, specific license plate. Otherwise, we won't use the camera. What I'm most excited about with these cameras is that we get information from Austin PD, Travis County, about these organized retail suspects where we have their vehicle information, their license plates and everything. And these cameras will alert officers when they come into our towns, up to the shopping center. If that vehicle is in there, we will get an alert that, hey, they're here. And that should help. If we catch 2 of these organized retail thefts where they're stealing thousands of dollars of merchandise at one swoop, it's going to make these cameras worth it. And hopefully we'll be able to talk some of the merchants and shopping centers into investing in their cameras for their particular entrances and paying for them themselves. So we're excited about that. Off the top of my head, I can name recently at least 3 incidents where 2 of our stores were hit where we had bolos from Pflugerville or in that area about these same suspects. So I know our investigators are very excited about finally being able to identify suspects in some of these and maybe put an end to people once they realize that when they come here, they may get identified. Other issues that have been coming up, illegal camping, we're still having issues with that. I can report that the large campsite off of Westgate, the city of Austin has been made aware of that by multiple sources, not just Sunset Valley residents, and we've been talking with other area law enforcement about that site, and trying to work on some solutions about what to do with that particular property where that's located. It's in progress. I don't know if you've been up and down the Ben White Service Road, but a lot of the people who had been in the past month and a half camping in the Greenbelt have now relocated back under the bridge underpass there. We've seen several that we were dealing with on a weekly, sometimes daily basis. Now, we've actually seen them back over there. So when enforcement is kind of lacking for that particular location, they stay there. When they crack down, they come back into the greenbelt. I think that's going to be the pattern for us here. Speed violations, I do want the residents that have been complaining to know that I am aware that of your concerns about speed. And again, I've been at this for almost 30 years now, and I'm not going to ignore your complaints. If it's a concern for the residents, I'm going to address it. I just don't want to, speed is one of those things that's, even though we're out there, okay, they're going to get through, you're going to be outside and see a speeder, but I won't ignore your complaints. It's not that I think that there is no speeding occurring. It's just I want to have a long-term solution for that, and enforcement is just a part of that. We've got to do other things to make people aware of the speed limits on the streets. Another issue that has been coming up here recently is unrestrained animals, dogs at large. We've had a few incidents of dogs attacking other dogs or sort of menacing on the trails. No one was attacked or no animals were attacked, but maybe walkers or joggers were threatened by a dog that's unrestrained. This is something that I'm going to bring up with the Public Safety Committee again about us having a citywide leash law. I don't know how popular that'll be, but I really believe that that's something that we need in this city. It's something that's been a long time coming. And at our public safety meeting, that's one of the items that'll be on the agenda, to have a uniform citywide leash law here in Sunset Valley. Any questions?
Councilmember Rosengarten.
Chief, could you tell us how many accidents have happened on Brody Lane within our jurisdiction? Thank you.
Sure, I can. I can go back to 2018 and say from Brody at 290 to just south of Oakdale, we've had 295 accidents that were reported to Sunset Valley. Now, Austin PD patrols the roadway from Brody at Lovegrass up to William Cannon. They're responsible for patrolling that area. Sunset Valley PD patrols the residential properties that are along there, but the roadway is patrolled by Austin PD and part of it by Travis County. But in actuality, that area from Lovegrass south to William Cannon is kind of a no man's land. It depends on who's dispatched. Since 2018, we have been dispatched just to 11 accidents from Lovegrass at Brody to William Cannon. The majority of accidents along 290, 284 of those accidents have occurred either at Brody and 290 or at the various intersections between Brody to Lovegrass. I know this is coming up because of an item later on tonight. So I can say that the reason we probably have so few from Lovegrass south to William Cannon is that there's no cutouts there for vehicles to turn around or stop or make quick, sudden turns to U-turn there. So it's reasonable to say, of course, that accidents will increase should there be a cutout or something installed between that. But to date, from 2018 to now, there's only been 11 accidents south of Lovegrass out of 295.
Thank you.
Further questions for Chief Carter? Thank you. Thanks, staff. We'll move on to the rest of our agenda items, starting with agenda item number 4. Council, as a reminder, we do have a time certain item at 7 p.m. for a public hearing. So regardless of where we are in our agendas, we will pause for that. We also have a number of items on our agenda, and we also have an executive session scheduled for tonight. So just keep that in mind as we move forward. With that, we'll move to number 4, which is consider an act on approval of an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2021 budget. And we'll start with a staff overview. This has come to us a couple times now, but we haven't got a chance to actually dive into it.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor and Council. The item before you is the budget amendment that was presented a few council sessions ago, and the council asked for Budget and Finance to have another view at it. I think everybody is in agreement that there are appropriate funds, but what is at disagreement is the policy and the practices and how we got here. I thought we had a very good dialogue with the Budget and Finance Committee, admitting that policies were not followed. They have not been followed in practice, not under my administration or any administration prior. That's been acknowledged by the prior chair in the Budget and Finance Committee. That doesn't make things right. It doesn't mean that we can't do better. And I think the other item is a financial audit, which we welcome. But what I'm going to explain to the council in the budget process is a budget is an estimate. And when it's adopted, then it becomes the rule of law, and that's what we should stay under. Our software program under MIP, we came to the council mid last year and asked to start looking at an enterprise-wide financial system in code that would tie our things better. At that point in time, it was an expensive proposition, and we decided to table that to a future event. I think Councilmember Rosengarten is going to resurrect that as perhaps a capital item later on this year. But at issue is some very core financial processes that were missing, and that is things were purchased, usually on credit, usually with a credit card, or some repair and replacement, et cetera, and the reconciliation of those things happened on being able to stop purchases that went above and beyond a certain amount. All of the purchases were under approval amounts, but the aggregate amount, obviously, we went over. And we went over by about $37,000 in the overall budget. Sorry, I'm working 2 screens and not sure which screen I'm working. So that's the first part, and I really want to get that big pink elephant out of the room before we jump into some of the other policy issues. So I welcome any questions or concerns from the council.
Council? Councilmember Litchfield?
All right. So this has been a big issue. I've got total failure kind of notated here, but we'll see where that goes. But I think there's kind of three things at hand that we should address separately. One, it's been really, really hard for the Budget and Finance Committee and Council to trust the numbers that we're seeing due to frequent and large errors. We've got policies and practices, or we have practices that are kind of in willful and wanton violation of financial policies, despite repeated pleas to stop. And then we've got a big breakdown in communication between the committees and the staff and council. So to point one, the inaccurate numbers. Councilmember Rosengarten, in nearly every single budget and finance meeting, begins with listing a bunch of arithmetic errors she found in the spreadsheets presented to the committee. Arithmetic, like not even the big oversights, not opportunities for improvement or anything like that. Just arithmetic errors. We found cumulatively hundreds of thousands of dollars of oversights that don't get surfaced in these artifacts in addition to that. And that needs to be fixed. Like we've got other notes, I have other notes from other research I've done into kind of what's probably causing this and how we can do it, and I'm hopefully that we've motivated to do this internally. But one thing that I would like to highlight and kind of bring to the top is it's somewhere in the process between MIP and the reports that get presented to the Budget and Finance Committee. We've had the city administrator either directly changing or directing to change these artifacts kind of mid-flight. And Susanna indicated that that was probably the cause of a bunch of these arithmetic errors. These numbers being changed like in flight from the accounting system to the reporting is troubling, at the very, very minimum. To the violation of the financial policies, this has been a major point of contention in the budget and finance meetings from July 8th, 2021, October 28th, 2021, and of course this most recent one, January 22nd. On July 8th, the city administrator told us they'd spent about $180K more than the budget and was requesting another $360K, or a total of $360K in adjustments. That's unprecedented numbers. In that meeting, the city administrator asserted that the excess expenditures were in line with financial policies to the letter of the law, if not the spirit. I don't agree with that characterization. It sounds like now the city administrator is agreeing that these are not, practices have not been in line with policy, and that's helpful. And the actions, but the continued actions are in violation of our local law and Texas state law, and we should act to fix that. So an example of these excess expenditures that generated the bulk of the discussion in the meetings that I listened to were in the category, wound up in the 5327 engineer design fees. That category had $500 budgeted to it in fiscal year 21 and wound up having $86,000 spent, which is different. It's it's 200-fold almost different. And we can figure out kind of what and why. But then to hear the administrator talk to you about, these different overruns is kind of surprising, given that that's where the bulk of them were. From that July 28th meeting, or October 28th, so Ariel Cloud, one of the budget and finance members, said that I'm not comfortable voting on this again because it didn't feel right the first time and it still doesn't feel right to me because I'm not condoning not following procedures. I just can't. The other thing I'm going to say is the fact that these things with engineering keep coming up and it seems to be parceled and pieced out and fragmented and confused to the point that I'm having a hard time following it. So for these reasons, again, I'm not going to go back into every single item that gives me heartburn, but I'm not comfortable with us voting to approve this. It didn't feel good the first time and it still doesn't feel good. Thank you. In the discussion that followed, a response from the city administrator was as follows. The CIP was a goal as it's in my goals for evaluation. So in my mind, it has to move forward. But no, there wasn't a budget impact table to the council. So the city administrator's goals for evaluation has a certain project. And so to accomplish that project, they're willing to spend a lot of unbudgeted city money without permission. That seems like something like a conflict of interest. An individual racking up bills that are unapproved to be paid by the city for their evaluation to look good is probably beyond some kind of line, but I'm kind of reluctant to say what line I think that is. So in the context of that, it was shocking then in the January 27th meeting to hear that these excess expenditures were something like the context of line level employees, her reports or their reports, who use their credit cards to buy small tools and equipment at Home Depot due to lack of controls or timely accounting. The committee was upset about the city administrator single-handedly overrunning a budget item by 200-fold. And then she tries to play it off that one of her subordinates spent an extra $800 worth of small tools and equipment and we need to fix that. I'm just stunned. I can't imagine having to work for a supervisor that would do that to me. And I think that that behavior is an exemplar of poor management that probably ties into the high turnover rates and lawsuits we're currently dealing with. And now to the communication between the committees and the council. I'm sure that there are most part good faith errors, but I do think it's a challenging thing to type. The committee is incredibly upset that I'm flagrantly violating state law. I've participated and re-listened to and transcribed and reviewed numerous meetings, and the documents that come before the councils as output are just a terrible misrepresentation of the discussion. For evidence of this, see the Budget and Finance Committee chairs frequently detailed dissenting comments to the budget items. We've seen this bite us and have spent several hours on the dais dealing with what feels like crises in recent weeks with respect to the Planning and Environmental Committee, Marketing Ad Hoc Committee, and now this. We're losing our ability to govern, and that's a big risk to the city. Our committee members volunteer their time to help govern, and they feel like their work is being misrepresented. They feel insulted and angry, and I don't blame them. I'm also insulted and angry about that. So, proposed solutions, that's not just like a airing of grievances. So I'd like to push the big red button like they have on kind of Toyota lean assembly lines and say, stop all the line. We need to bring all the activities to a halt and figure out that this is an all hands on deck emergency until stop outgoing payments, city, and stop any other city working until we have clarity and understanding reports, timely reporting, and just a process by any city employee or. So all of us need to step up and fix this. Waiting for a fiscal year or 3 in hopes that the problems goes away. I want to stop and all hands on deck till it's resolved. As far as the policy violations, I'd like to investigate whatever kind of disciplinary actions to the maximum extent possible for frequent and knowing violation of the policies by the city administrator. I'd also like to revise the city's financial policies and remove every single penny of cost overrun approvals that the city administrator has. If a department needs to spend a single cent more than a budgeted line item, that should get mayoral and/or council approval. And then toward communication, I'd like all agenda items that come to the committee, out of any committee, to have substantial input and/or explicit approval from the committee chairs. I know we're adding to the already heavy loads that our volunteers are doing, but I hope that by working closely with the committee chairs, we can reduce a lot of friction and make everybody's work more easy, and more joyful. I'll also ask my fellow city council members to be more cognizant of agenda items coming out of committee and ask us to be champions of our committees and take personal responsibility if they feel their work is being misrepresented. I know I can do better, and I hope that we all can too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Litchfield. Other council members, I appreciate your dialogue with this as well. Councilor Reed.
Now, I just want to point out, you may not be aware that this whole engineering overrun, this was addressed by council before you were on council.
Councilor Johnson.
So I've talked to multiple people about this, and whenever it comes to the finance part, that's where I'm in over my head. Like, you are a CTO of a finance company, like, you know what you're doing. I know Rudy knows what she's doing. I know you know what you're doing. And I just try to follow along as best as possible. But I do see a pattern across not just budget and finance, how it's run in the city, but across like land development code, many different places where we kind of have a set of rules, and the rules are sometimes hard to follow, and we need to maybe revisit those. And I heard you mention that, where it's just like, hit the big red button, stop everything, and just say, like, let's follow the rules and find out which ones actually are unworkable. And when it comes up to it, if somebody needs someone to sign off on a purchase of $250 and it's annoying, but let's find that pain point and let's like readjust it. And if we have to have more meetings over budget and finance to go over our financial policies, then maybe that is the key to see us forward. But so out of all the things that you said there, like the one I want to see pushed forward is like big red button, just stop everything going out the door money-wise and just say, like, let's actually follow what we say are our policies. And just, you know, if the city grinds to a halt, well, that's kind of like the bed we made for ourselves. And this eventually will happen for every other part of the city. You know, the number of variances that we run into blows my mind. And it eventually needs to be something where we just say, like, we start saying, like, no to everything, or kind of give up some ground to make things a little bit more reasonable. I know P&E has done some work in order to kind of like do some trade-offs for impervious cover and stuff. So hopefully that kind of grinds off some of the rough edges. But that's it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. I think that last year we discussed that the first problem that we had was with the attorney, how much money we were spending with the attorney. And the solution, they will produce, the staff, a monthly report how much money with later engineering. And we came to the same solution, or possible solution. The only problem is that we never saw the monthly reports. So in reality, we took some decisions, but we never saw results. This is one. The other is, in all the cities, and I will do this example in my case. When I was employee, sometimes I have frustration because I have problems in the field. But they say, no, you cannot purchase that. You need to follow procedures. Yeah, but we have this overflowing. You cannot do it. You need to request. And sometimes my boss, he didn't like to go to city council because only the city council, they used to do additional money than they allocated for something. But sometimes we have emergencies and we have contingency. And we took the decision, and who was the supervisor of the city manager? Well, was a city manager, but was the mayor. The mayor as employee. The city council in different way, but the direct supervisor was the mayor. And the mayor used to tell to the city manager, we will do that. And they took the decision, but always they consult. I think that in this case, and we have the situation of the pandemic, because we don't have employees. We have a lot of irregularity with the employees. The employees, they are not here. So when we say finance, that person is bad. We have a bad luck. And we don't have another person that will supply. And in one moment you have one hole, and now we have a big holes. Because I believe that today, February 1st, is 4 years with the budget, with the new budget. And I can tell you that I believe that we have problems because they didn't follow that policies. So when Member Justin, he says stop the bottom, no, I think that we need to sit down and we need to talk with the administrator and we need to see how we can work together. But also, at that time, we were talking about some disciplinary action. Because you can have somebody that is the best in a lot of things, but sometimes it's the worst in others. And we are not working at this moment as supposed to be, and we need to recognize that we have a problem. This is a problem. And in my opinion, we need to put more emphasis and more time, and if we need more employees, we need to cover that positions, because we cannot administer one city if you don't have one finance employee. And it's not to cover that position, it's to do the job. So I think that at this moment, we need to sit down and we need to discuss, and we have a big agenda. I don't believe that it's the best time to spend time with more discussions, but we need to sometimes go to executive session and we need to discuss that and to take that directions. And a lot of this is true. In one city council, when they were looking how we will be, city council is not 3 persons, we are 5. And citizens. So we need to start, is my opinion, and my suggestion is whenever we have time, we need to go down to that office, to sit down, and to decide. Because I don't know, when you have this type of agendas, it's pushing, so it's hard. So we have today to decide 2 very difficult cases. And we have other kind of things that they are taking time. So I suggest then we don't need to say table this, but we need to say we will move, and we need to discuss that in executive session, and we need to define how that will be much better and what kind of repercussions it has.
You want to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to move to executive session today or another time and discuss this topic.
From a procedure standpoint, we have a public agenda item. Can we do that for this? Okay. So there's a motion from Mayor Pro Tem to move to executive session. Is there a second first? Is there a motion on the table or on the floor?
I'll second it.
Okay, second. So let's discuss. At this point, there's a motion and seconded to go to executive session. Councilman Rosengart?
I do not agree that the motion for the executive session should be that we table this item. This item needs to be addressed and dealt with, and then we can always go to an executive session at another meeting and discuss how are we going to correct the policy.
Okay. I'm not sure that you weren't motioning to table this item. You were motioning just to go into executive session
No.
as we're talking
At a
about this
future.
item.
No, I don't want to table this. I will, no. I don't know if that was a misunderstanding. I don't want to table this. I would like to discuss the executive session.
Cloud, in terms of, we have an agenda item, executive session to discuss this agenda item. Can we do that?
You want to do that now? You want to do that now?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
You can go into executive session on any item that's on your agenda.
Okay. Thank you. All right, council, let's go ahead and vote on whether to go to executive session or not, so we can move forward with our agenda. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay.
Nay.
All right, so there's 3 nays, 2 ayes. We are not moving into executive session for this item. We're going to continue the discussion. Councilman Rosengart.
I move to approve a budget amendment number 2, taking $37,534 from the 1.6 surplus, reducing it to $1,562,000. The transfer subsidy adjustment, I do not want to make a decision on that at this time. I also am worried about not having reserves in the utility fund and would like to discuss that. I would like for us to put on the agenda an executive session that the council sit and discuss this very item. Thank you.
So there's a motion to approve I think the first part of the budget amendment, which is the $37K from reserves. But not the subsidy, if that's correct, and not the sweep is the other part of the adjustment as well. Is that correct?
Well, the sweep is related to the policy. So it's a 3-part item, and I believe she's only wanting to approve the first
A.
part and leave the other 2 as policy decisions to discuss in executive session?
B and C, yes.
I don't,
Is that okay?
Barbara. At a later time.
It would come forward as a different agenda on a future meeting, is what I understood that to be. Is that correct, Councilor Rosengart?
Say that again?
That would be for a future meeting. To set up-
Correct.
Okay.
Not,
All right, so there's a motion, the budget amendment, and if you can just go up, I want to make sure I have the amount, correct.
37.
It's to include $37,534.42 from our, not to put it back into the general fund, but from our reserves to make the budget adjustment match. That's a motion. Is there a second for that? Councilor Reeds?
I will second.
Okay, is that second?
Yeah.
So that opens it for discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I have a question, and that is since the beginning. When they say that we have 1.6 million as a revenue surplus, they take in consideration the actual revenues plus the budget revenues. So the actual revenues was 8.7, and the budget revenues 7.08. So that gave it to them 1.6. But in my mind is, we have revenues for 8.7 millions, and only we have expenses for 5.7. So the difference is $3 million surplus. So why is only $1.6 million?
The subsidies transfers.
No, only you will have the sweep that is coming back 539, and that will give it to you the $2.4 million. And when that day they say we came under budget 746, and they allocate that for something I don't remember that day. We allocate that for the mayor projects, etc. But in my mind is we have $3 million, no 1.6.
What's the 8.7 less the 5,
Yeah, 8.7
less the 5?
minus 5.78 or 5.8. So that gave it to you around $3 million. Obviously, you put back the sweep.
I'd have to get a detail for you, Councilmember Carmona. I don't have any of my backup worksheets in front of me.
I'm sorry for saying that.
No, that's
but,
okay.
But I sent 4 memos to the finance person, and they couldn't explain to me that. 4 emails.
When, I'm sorry, she's been out for 2 weeks.
Maybe I sent copy to you.
I don't,
But I sent, since we have this in the city council agenda, I think it was 1 month, 2 months ago. Since that day, I sent, and again and again. So I don't believe that it's clear, all of this. So, but.
Councilor Litchfield, I think you had your hand raised.
Yeah, the first part of this agenda item is the part that's generating the contention. That's the item that's caused several members of that committee to contact me saying, the city administrator just admitted to breaking the law. I don't see why we would move to approve this now. I don't see why we'd move to approve this ever. This is where the policies were violated flagrantly, and I don't feel comfortable condoning them in retrospect.
Councilor Reeds?
So I do believe we do need to look at our policies. I was on the Budget and Finance Committee for about 5 years. And before we had OpenGov, we didn't have true transparency. So what happened is that the Budget Committee wanted granularity. So they had very precise budget items. And I think that granularity has been too confining to run the city. And perhaps we need to review that process, particularly since we now have OpenGov. So if that makes sense.
It does, yeah. So Council, there is a motion to approve, so let's keep our discussion focused on this motion, and there's still latter part of the agenda items. And then we'll also open it up for public comments before we take a vote. Councilor Rosengart?
Legal, can you tell me if we don't approve this amendment, which is an amendment from FY 2021, can we still not change the policy without worrying about this being approved or not being approved? And I will tell other council members, previous to this city administrator, the same situation happened. We, as Regine would say, I've got to run the city. I can't wait until the committee meets and then the council meets before I can pay the bills. We are in good standing because we pay the bills on time. There have been some new employees making administrative mistakes that the city administrator has taken responsibility for. We need to now sit down and look at our policy, but the amendment needs to be approved to move forward and close out 2021 for the auditor. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this before opening up for public comments? Councilmember Johnson?
So that was a question for legal, right?
Yes.
So
sorry.
Find out, do we need to get this done? And if we don't, of course, we got the auditor coming soon, and we need to get 21 closed. What happens if we don't approve this?
You are able to make your motions and approve or disapprove or table whatever you need if you have questions about things or if you believe that there needs to be more review. The auditor, yes, you have an audit coming up. Everybody's got their audits coming up, starting this spring. If for some reason, though, in order to ensure that the numbers that your auditor is receiving are accurate from your prior year, or if there have been issues or problems or questions you all have, then you are either going to have to probably speak with your auditor about those very same concerns, or you're going to have to address them now, or in the very near future with some discussions with your staff and internally amongst yourselves as to what your financial policies you want them to be if you don't feel that they're being adhered to. So I'm not saying that you can't move forward with this budget amendment. There's prudence in making sure that your bills are paid and that you're moving forward. But if if I'm understanding correctly, what this budget amendment is for last year, not this present year. So your bills are going to continue to be paid this year, whether you make this budget amendment or not. You will still be moving forward with this budget year. This is just a look back and a recap and a sweep of the accounting records and all of your accounting in order to what you present to the auditor. So I would think that you can, if you delay, it's going to delay your audit. But that may or may not be a bad thing if you want to ensure that whatever it is that you are presenting to your auditor is as free from errors or concerns or anything like that. Did that answer your question?
I think so.
Sylvia, can I ask, what is the timeline for our audit to begin that we would have potentially impact if we did not take action on this tonight?
So the audit has already begun. And so I want to go, I was doing my math really quickly, to go back to Councilmember Carmona's point about the 3 million. 1.6 is only the general fund, only the general fund. There's 919,000 that would be part of the subsidy amendment, and then there's 539,000. That's where you get the 3 million.
Excuse me,
Councilmember Carmona.
Mr. Mayor. If you take the actual revenues minus the expenses, this is the number. So when in my mind, this is the surplus that we have. So if I am looking at two numbers, they gave it to me, the surplus. If later we are doing other kind of things, it's not clear here from where is the other money. So I didn't see that in this paper. Only I saw that numbers. And this why was my question, and they didn't answer to me that.
Well, and I apologize, I checked my stuff. I don't have an email from you to Susanna regarding this issue, not in the last couple of weeks. But the only thing that I can tell you is that it says 1.6 million in the general fund alone, and that 3 million is across all funds. But I understand your concern about it not being specifically clear.
Thank you.
Councilmember Litchfield?
So just to sort of reiterate what I thought I heard the city attorney say, just for clarity. So if we vote to disapprove or not approve this Amendment A, which is reshuffling $400,000 in the city's budget, then when it comes audit time, and when we do that because we're saying we don't like how this money moved around, we have questions, then the auditor is going to say like, hey, where did this money go? We have questions, and we say, us too. And then like the auditor will help kind of find the root cause there. And it's not that it's going to cause like an unnecessary delay. It's like, this is the exact question we're asking the auditor to do. Is that kind of correct?
Well, Councilman, there's a couple of ways that auditors approach these. You know, they're looking back at your practices and procedures. And so if there's questions about your practices and procedures, which there does seem to be some questions being raised from some of you about practices and procedures, then those would be looked at by the auditor. Running numbers, they're kind of like double checking various things and kind of, it's, I mean, you know, there's an audit, but a lot of it is interwoven with how you handle and how you follow your procedures and how you handle the money and how you, I mean, there's a myriad of things. Yes, they're looking at your money, but they're looking at how you do your stuff. And that's why I'm saying is, you know, whether, even if you were to approve a portion of this right now and move forward, you can still look back and look at your other, at the practices and procedures that you are undertaking and how you're doing things and whether they are in line with what your policies are and whether they are in line with what you want your policies to be. I mean, all of those are very solid and good questions, and an auditor would welcome that. They may be able to kind of give you some tidbits along the way. You might look back at your past audits as well. You likely all have. I mean, I'm not trying to, you know, bring new news to you because you already know this. I mean, you're very brilliant people up there. So it's just, this is something that if you want to approve a portion of this budget amendment to move it along, then you can do so. If you feel that you need some of the aspects of the budget reviewed in light of how they were ultimately arrived at, then you cannot move forward with this until you get better answers or you get your questions answered if you wish. Again, it's not to say that you're not trying to pay your bills, but if you have concerns about how things were arrived at or the processes, then you need to probably get some of those answers first.
Sylvia?
I would say that it won't affect the audit because the auditor's going to come back with journal entries the same way they do with every other audit. These will be additional journal entries for these amounts. Should council decide at a later date on a policy, it'll affect next year. So no, I don't believe it'll affect the audit. We've had the same auditor for a long time and they've yet to point out processes.
So then do we need to approve this? It seems like we don't.
My feeling is if you're not comfortable, don't approve it. Let the auditor resolve it and let the final numbers come at that point. The bills have already been paid.
Councilmember Rosengart?
I just want everybody to know there has not, in my opinion, been anything done wrong. It's simply new people working in this Department of Budget and Finance for the city. Learning OpenGov has been a whole new thing. It's supposed to be more transparent, but yes, the volunteers are digging into the deep they ever could and paper final numbers, whereas changes every time somebody makes somebody in accounting pays, revenues come in, things are constant. So, and there's constantly information that we're not getting right away, meaning if somebody put a bunch of items underneath 5327 engineering because they didn't know where to code it. That happens. It happens. It does happen. And then the boss, Miss Flegel, then looks at it and says, no, that needs to be coded in the project itself, and this needs to be coded over here. Then things move around. It happens in our business world, in our personal business world. So I just want you to all relax, understand this is a process, we'll go through it, and with that, I will withdraw my motion to allow all of the council to feel more comfortable about digging into this for the third or fourth time. Okay, thank you.
So before Mayor Pro Tem, even if we don't take action on this tonight and we're just saying we don't feel comfortable with it or council doesn't feel comfortable with it, what I'm hearing is that we need to take some immediate, relatively soon, maybe it's the next agenda item, next session where we have an executive session, but we need to have a ability for council to meet and discuss this, and not just wait for the auditors, not just wait for the committees. Even if we don't take action tonight, I just want to make sure that that's clear from what I'm hearing in the context is that we need to dive into this in order for council to feel they have the right information for making whatever decisions they need to make as far as our financial policies or this particular amendment. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I would like to clarify this. Sylvia, I'm sorry. I was checking. I didn't send you a copy. All of that was between Susana and myself. I'm sorry for that. And so that's all that I have.
Okay,
so she gave it to me, no clear answer. So this is why I continue with that. Thank you.
So council, the motion has been withdrawn, and is the second agree to withdraw the motion as well?
It has been the fourth time. If we're not comfortable with it, that is fine. I do want to reiterate, this is $37,000 that we're talking about. There's a couple of simple solutions, is take up the credit cards. And I think we need to look at our financial policies, but if we want to review this some more and just that's appropriate to withdraw it.
It's $400,000. It nets out to 37 eventually, but it's $400,000 that are being shuffled around.
So, to that point, and Councilmember Litchfield, you weren't on council at that point in time, but there was there were specific actions taken by the council that were missing financial tabulation tables in each of the agenda items. 100,000 of that 414 is American Rescue Plans. There's website, there was council action. I really hate the idea that there's some malfeasance or something like that that's happening by staff because we keep mentioning credit cards. Credit cards is just one example. And we did bring up some credit cards. There were multiples, but we have found is that is sort of impeding how we do business now. All of these have council action, and the implication or idea that the CIP was because it was related to my review could be nothing of the sort, because there are items that I still haven't completed on the review. It was an important project that had to get done as part of the budget, and we have since changed the way we track project costs. And so I think there is a deep misunderstanding of OpenGov. I think there's a deep misunderstanding of our internal processes, because I would beg the question, if we've had budget amendments before and the council liaisons, both to the Budget and Finance Committee and the prior Budget and Finance Committee chair, acknowledged that expenses were done after the fact, I beg the question of why weren't the processes and policies changed before? So I understand your concerns, I'm not taking them lightly, but I really want to get off the topic that there's any malfeasance by staff or anybody to intentionally violate a policy that's in place because we need to get a better review or we need to get over on something.
Yeah, and I did not mean to imply with the credit cards, but it's just that credit cards are out and charges if they're not reviewed, so not any malfeasance. And I have no qualms about that at all.
So council, one of the things I think we absolutely need to work towards is having the solutions that council wants in place for the types of oversight that we need or that we feel that we need, some of which we took action on last year. One of the things that we wanted to do is restructure the project-based budgeting of our CIPs. We wanted to have in situ budget amendments rather than waiting for, as we make decisions, which is another change that we've made. The monthly financial oversight, we can do that to the granular level that we need to. I think particularly in the services area, that's where that oversight needs to be. If council is not, wants to take that focus and doesn't feel comfortable with, the services, later on catching up to, the work that's done and then bills already paid, we need more immediate oversight of that. So we need those financial reports to show us actuals, and we can look at trends and we can look at that information. So I want council to work towards practical solutions. We need to have that conversation soon. That's my statement. Whether it's an executive session that we call or at the 15th, no later than the 15th, we need to have that as an agenda item so we can discuss that.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I suggest that will be in executive session, but
Okay, so
my motion is to do this on February 15 on executive session.
okay, then I'll work with staff and make sure that we have the right agenda and work with you in the rest of the council to make sure that we can have that meeting on the 15th.
Yeah, but this is the next meeting, not the next city council meeting.
Correct. It doesn't prevent us from calling a meeting before then.
Oh,
Right? So
well,
that'd be the other
no
option. It's
problem.
just that's
Yeah.
the next scheduled meeting that we
Yeah,
have.
I am open, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, two comments. One, please speak closer to the mic, maybe take your mask off. I think we're having trouble hearing you. And I would really ask that we move to agenda item 5 before our time certain items so that folks know what passes on consent. So
Okay.
please move to item 5 if you can.
Council, take action on this tonight. I appreciate feedback. We are going to be following up on this item no later than the 15th, potentially other options. Just for uncertain items, we're not going to action tonight. We're not going to further comment on this one. We're going to go to agenda item number 5. I do appreciate the open gov comments and that were made, but we do have to make sure that we keep on track.
Mayor, I have a point of order question that I think you really need to get coverage on. Sorry. This isn't, it's this point of order supersedes in Robert's Rules of Order. And you have someone on the floor who said that there's a legal thing and you should get a legal opinion if moving forward on this, it does that at all for you in moving forward. That was a point of order that didn't get called.
I think we got an answer from legal that this is not going to, we don't have to take action on this tonight.
Correct.
Okay, is that, what's that?
Or at all, yes.
Council, so before our time start 9 to 7 o'clock, let's move on to items that can be approved on consent. Councilmember Rosengard?
I move to approve on consent agenda item number 6, minutes with correction. Agenda item number 7, computer hard drive removal recycle. Agenda item number 8, Canales and Company with legal approval of contract. Agenda item number 9, utility mural. Agenda item number 11, 290 wastewater line replacement. Agenda item number 15, using part of the American Rescue Plan funds for new banners. Thank you.
All right, I had number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 11,
And 15.
and 15.
Yes, sir.
All right, is there any council member that wants to pull an item from that list? I want to pull item number 11. So that leaves us with 6, 7, 8, 9, and 15. Any other items that want to come off that list before we
I don't know.
vote on the motion?
Yes, do I need to second? We need to second?
We do, but I
I'll
was going to
second.
pull,
Oh,
I was going to pull the one first and see if there are any others that needed to get pulled before that. All right, so if there's a second for the motion to approve on consent item number 6, 7, 8, 9, and 15.
I will second.
Councilmember Reed seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. All right, the motion passes. We approved on consent. Item number 6, consider an act on approval of minutes from the January 4th, 2022 regular meeting. Item number 7, consider an act on approval of the destruction/recycling of outdated computer equipment and assets. Item number 8, consider an act on approval of a statement of work with Canales & Co. to act as Creative Development Director to the City of Sunset Valley in an amount not to exceed $86,525, and authorizing the mayor and city attorney to execute a contract based on an approved statement of work. Item number 9, consider an act on approval of an interlocal agreement with City of Austin for a utility box mini mural project in an amount not to exceed $3,750 to be funded from the economic development line item for beautification purposes. And item number 15, consider an act on a bid from Thomas Graphics Incorporated for banner production in an amount not to exceed $8,089.24 from the economic development line item allocated for beautification purposes. All right, thanks, council. We are now moving to our time certain item. We're going to jump over the other 2 agenda items and get back to them. This is going to be our public hearing to consider a request on a zoning change at 6405 Brody Lane from single family residential to neighborhood commercial. And I'm opening the public hearing at 7 o'clock. And we're going to begin with a presentation.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor?
Oh, sorry, Councilmember Rose.
May I ask that we turn the heat up, please? I'm freezing over here.
Thank you.
Whoa, that's expensive.
So when we will have the meeting?
Say it again?
We didn't table that, when we will have the meeting?
I have no idea.
Next week or the 15th?
He'll talk about it.
All right, and Sylvia, are you going to be going
Yes.
to your review? Okay, great, thanks.
Sorry, 2 monitors is new to me. I don't even know what to do with myself. The item before you is a request by Tom Tribbiana and Justin Tribbiana to change the zoning at 6405 Brody from single-family residential to neighborhood commercial. The applicants are available for discussion and have provided a presentation. For the council level, from a code perspective, the council has to find certain things and as a positive before we can move to zoning. So the first is that it is consistent with the goals, standards, and policies of the comprehensive plan. These 10 items are enumerated in the zoning change in the agenda document. Staff feels the applicant has done an adequate job in responding to the 10 items and goes along with Planning Commission's recommendation to change to neighborhood commercial with some stated conditions. And I want to make that very clear. Zoning Commission recommended approval with some very clear conditions in order to protect the neighborhood. Council may add to those conditions or can seek additional information from the applicants. The neighborhood commercial is its lowest intensity, and our future land use map has not been updated since 2011. If you look at the zoning surrounding 6405 Brody, from the point of HEB to 290, you will find commercial districts, and so it is not out of line with appropriate planning practice for that particular designation. There are concerns, as expressed by the Zoning Commission, protection of the single-family residential that is going to be abutting this particular piece of property. And so I want the council to take those into serious consideration. The applicants will come before the council with a proposed site plan that includes variances, and it includes a plat and a final plat and the ultimate building documents. There was a schedule that was provided to the council on how this particular applicant would like to address their variances prior to plat. And I would, from a staff perspective, I want the council to marry those things, and you'll hear some of that dialogue, I believe, as we go through the discussion tonight. The city is very limited in its role as to when it can exact things, ask for turning lanes, ask for particular things. It is tonight, and then it is later on. So I want to keep you in that path, and I will open it up to the council for questions, or if you're ready to hear the applicant's presentation.
I think if we move on to the applicants giving their presentation, that'll save time for council to ask either the applicants or staff. So if you wish to, you can speak to this agenda item or this public hearing.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Carmona.
Yeah, they will use the rules for the city council, so many minutes, or will be open? How long
Well,
time?
I think we have a lot of people here to speak tonight, so we're going to be
This is
keeping
why.
we're going to be keeping a time, in terms of the number of minutes that people have for this. Make sure that we are moving forward with that comments. And so yes, we'll be following.
Okay.
I don't have my timer, but I'll have my phone. So
Okay, only because I saw a lot of people.
yes,
Thank you.
And am I allowed to take my mask off?
Yes.
That's okay? Okay. And we will try to be as quick and thorough as we can in respect of your time. Mayor Pro Tem, Council, thank you for hearing us today. I'm Justin Tribiana. My wife LaCana is here with me. We own and operate Didi, which is a famous local Thai food business here in Austin. We actually live just a few minutes down the road on William Cannon. If you go to the next slide on page 2, most of our presentation will focus on zoning policies in the site's planning context, but I'd like to begin with just a brief overview on the history of the land and how our project will honor that history. The site is the former home of Betty Grubbs, who was a founding member of Sunset Valley, a pioneer for women's causes, and a major supporter of women's athletics at the University of Texas. As part of her will, she is donating a significant portion of the proceeds from the sale of this property to support scholarship endowment for UT women's athletics, which I'm told will be the largest of its kind. Our team is honored to be part of this effort, and we have committed to hold an annual fundraiser for women's athletics for UT for Betty's endowment. Our project will also further support her legacy in 2 key ways. First, we will have a memorial plaque on site honoring her accomplished life. And second, our ownership group is majority women-owned between Didi and Veracruz, who are our partners in this project. If you turn to the next page, site context, so page 3. Here you can see the site's land use. To the west, across from Brody Lane, are commercial uses, Lowe's and H-E-B. To the south is a 4-story, 290-unit apartment complex within the city of Austin. To the north is the land that Sunset Valley owns in a life estate with Ann Galt, who has written a letter of support for our project. And the proposed future use of this property is Parkland Conservatory. And farther away to the east are more removed internal residential areas that have side streets for access that are not on Brody Lane. In other words, the surrounding land use context and the strategic location of the entrance of Sunset Valley provides a unique opportunity for a truly special project on this site, and we believe our proposal is that project. If you go to the next slide on page 4, before we approached Betty's estate, one of the main alternatives that they were exploring was for a residential subdivision for 5 large 2-story homes, which you can see on the top image. We believe that our proposal for a botanical garden, cafe, and eatery in the bottom image is a superior use to this residential alternative in a number of key ways. First, the residential plan would have brought more expense to the city for services provided to new residents. In contrast, our plan would directly support Sunset Valley services through increased sales tax revenues, which is the 5th and 7th conditions for a zoning change. Also, we will be required to pay for an extension of utility infrastructure needed to serve this site, which speaks to the 6th condition for a zoning change. The residential plan in the top image would provide for 5 large homes, and it would only require a 30-foot setback to the property to the east, where, and on contrast for our plan, there's a 100-foot vegetative buffer to the property to the east. And instead of being 2-story structures, they're single-story structures. And it's all in a botanical garden atmosphere, like a natural beautification of the land. Next slide, please. Page number 5, just very quickly, Didi. My wife's been featured on national TV, selected as one of the top chefs in the country by Zagat, local awards as best restaurant, and she's an avid gardener, and her vision for gardening is a big part of our project. Our good friends and partners are the Vasquez sisters, Reina and Maritza, and they are the owners of Veracruz Tacos, which is equally loved in Austin. Next slide, please. 6, community. This project is centered around community as a space where family and friends can come together and enjoy Sunset's beautiful natural habitat. We believe this would become the gem of Sunset Valley with the potential for holiday festivities for residents, pop-up opportunities for local businesses, and even school field trips for kids to come to learn how to garden and sustainability. We feel this project embodies the values Sunset Valley and its residents hold dear to heart and is one of the reasons why we've received overwhelming support from our neighbors on Oakdale and Brody Lane. Next slide, please. Page 7, we've worked extensively to engage with the surrounding community. We held on-site neighborhood meetings. We visited with them individually to get their thoughts, listened to their feedback, incorporated into our designs. Next slide, please. As you can see, this is page 8. As you can see, we've received meaningful support from nearby neighbors, which I believe speaks to the 3rd, 9th, and 10th conditions for a zoning change. Next slide, please, is page number 9. This map illustrates that support. Our site is in purple. The blue sites show the folks who are in support of our project. The gray areas are sites we are still working to get in touch with and hope to get their support as well. I believe that we have a great proposal, a great design with extensive community support, and I would like to hand it over to Cameron, who's our landscape architect, to kind of get into the... Thank you.
Good evening. This slide shows the existing and proposed conditions. You can see the existing residents. To the north, to the west is Brody Lane. To the east is a single-family residence. To the south is the 290 apartment building residence. You can see we're preserving the existing protected and heritage trees on the site. A majority of the western portion is dedicated to the new parking, which we've meandered through the existing trees, really trying to preserve the character and the low density of the site itself and the rural character of Brody and Sunset Valley. We've also got the central eatery space, which is a cafe, single-story buildings with under the canopy of the existing trees. If you go to the next slide 12, this is an enlargement plan of the overall site plan. A bit more detail of the darker circles are the proposed trees. The lighter dashed circles are the existing trees. You can see how we thoughtfully kind of work through the site plan to be very sensitive to those existing conditions while providing enough parking to supply the needs of the eateries, the outdoor pavilions, and the gathering spaces. Also, from Brody Lane, preserving a very large meadow buffer area. You can see the entrance from Brody Lane entering into the parking lot. It's actually 100 feet from Brody Lane itself, which would allow for 5 vehicles to stack up in queue before they could even turn into the parking. So understanding the parking and circulation and the pedestrian circulation within the site itself is very important to our client, and thinking about how to integrate it and blend it in as if it was almost always there. To the center of the site is the main gathering space. That's where we've got essentially the existing canopy of trees, nestling everything in that environment. And then to the far east side is our vegetated buffer, which I'll talk about in a second. If you go to the next slide, slide 13. So just to kind of simplify the thinking here, we've broken the overall property up into zones. The entry meadow, the parking and rain garden, where we're going to capture and infiltrate and store a lot of the storm drainage that our civil engineer will speak to shortly. The one-story structures, outdoor seating, and garden space under that canopy I mentioned. The outdoor seating and native gardens, that's really where a majority of the layered, native, and adaptive vegetation, a lot of the farm-to-table environment will take place. That's 0.6 acres in size. And then to the east of that is the required 100-foot setback vegetated buffer, another 0.6 acres in size. So we also have a 25-foot setback that our client is providing as inside of the property line with an 8-foot tall solid fence, also offered to be potentially 10 feet. We are looking at also the 25-foot setback buffer to the north that wraps the northern side of the property. So I'll just walk through each of these zones really quickly, some drone images. Putting it in context, you can see the property aerial on the south, on the bottom left of the page, Lowe's, the apartment complex, and HEB, and the commercial usage around the site. But our goal really is to preserve that character, like I mentioned, the native wildflower and grassland meadows, the farm fence environment, so it's very permeable and maintains that visual line of sight into the property. If you go to the next slide. The parking garden is really what we're thinking of this as, allowing for the water to infiltrate into these areas. The meadow that I mentioned would extend into this space and meandering the parking spots and stalls, meeting all of the codes, but also working around those existing tree canopies. If you go to the next slide. This is really the heart of the property. Those the eateries, these indoor-outdoor building structures. Some will be conditioned, some will not. The micro kitchens and eateries, all tucked under those trees, one story nestled in as much as we can. If you go to the next slide. This is looking at a little bit more of the intimate seating spaces, the native character, just like some of the Lady Bird Johnson Wildflower Center precedents or some of the other garden spaces in Austin showcasing our native and adaptive species, but also trying to create a very strong buffer and transition space as we move further east to the next slide, which is the vegetated buffer. This is where we're proposing evergreen trees, tall native grasses, layered shrubs and vegetation, mown meadow pathways, corded off with ropes, kind of saying we want to preserve this area and protect it, and really make sure we're providing a very respectful setback for the more active uses in that central area. And really the parking we think is pushed up against Brody Lane is really important because that's going to be the most active space of circulating vehicles around while not causing any kind of traffic issues. You go to the next slide. This is a section looking at the eastern side of the property. You can see the one-story buildings, the existing tree canopy I mentioned here, the botanical garden and kind of vegetable gardens here, and the 100-foot vegetated buffer zone, in addition to the 8-foot fence set into the property by 25 feet. So the human scale of that space and how far back it is to the adjacent one-story residential to the east, really maintaining a lot of area to kind of separate those two uses. If you go to the next slide. Our client has decided to adopt the dark sky lighting strategy for the overall site. We're using low bollard lights for the parking. Festoon lights with full cutoffs. This is an image on the center of the page taken from the Kingsbury Commons Peace Park project recently installed. Really think it's a nice way to safely light the site while making sure it's not too bright for the adjacent homeowners. Also just low pathway lights that are very, very low to the site just to provide safety and access and circulation where we have pathways proposed. If you go to the next slide. This is the overall actual site plan. You can see all the proposed trees in green, the existing trees dashed, a majority of tall native grasses, proposed trees for the buffer zones, also supplementing the parking lot and some of these other areas. It's important to note here that per our mitigation calculations, we are required 8 inches of caliper inches, and we are proposing 167 caliper inches. That's 16 times the requirement to the code. If you go to the next slide. This slide addresses the visual screening requirements upon the property line with the 8-foot tall fence, in addition to the 3-inch and 4-inch caliper trees we're proposing in the buffer zones, which upon day one will likely be in the range of 12 to 16 feet tall. It's also important to note that a lot of the evergreen species we're proposing in the buffer areas are evergreen and currently on site. A lot of the trees are deciduous. They're post oaks, they're cedar elms, and in the winter, as you could see from some of the aerial shots, there's not a lot of buffer in the winter months. And so we're really being thoughtful about the tall, mature evergreen canopy trees like live oaks and trees of that sort, but also the understory trees like yopons and mountain laurels and other species that are going to provide that lower canopy layer in addition to the fence line. So just trying to make sure we think about it from a sustainable environmental aspect. I think it's the right thing to do for this property as a landscape architect, but also it needs to co-function, you know, with the people that are going to be using it. And with that, I'd like to introduce the project civil engineer, Blaine.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Blaine Stansberry. I'm the civil engineer for the project. So water quality and drainage are critical considerations for any project. And so Sunset Valley recognizes this as part of the sixth condition for the zoning. And it's a major priority for our project as well. So as a professional, you know, I want to build a responsible, sustainable project. And, you know, as someone whose sole source of drinking water is the Edwards Aquifer, I'm committed to delivering a safe and well-designed project. So on the screen, or page 23, you'll see our basic layout for stormwater management. We've chosen low-impact strategies that protect the aquifer, and importantly, they improve the existing stormwater condition from the site conditions today. So for the parking lot, we're going to collect the first flush of rainfall runoff in the underground system below the parking lot, where it'll be stored, and then we're going to irrigate it into the hatched green area surrounding it. Then for the buildings, we're going to utilize a vegetative filter along the rear of the property, which naturally cleans runoff from that portion of the site. Well, these methods are proven effective at removing pollutants, and this reduction will provide better water quality than what is running off now. Furthermore, the increased quantity of stormwater from the project will be detained in the shallow meadow in the center of the parking lot, and that way it'll blend with the natural character of the site. So in response to Mr. Draker's concern about drainage, we will be over-detaining so that the rate of stormwater runoff is less than what currently leaves the site today. In other words, our design goes above and beyond what is required, not only to address our project's needs about drainage, but to actively make the situation better than it is today. So now I'll turn it over to Michael Whalen, and he'll discuss the land use and context.
Thank you, Blaine. I'm Michael Whalen with Armbrust & Brown on behalf of the applicants. Justin, Cameron, and Blaine have already covered most of the land use rationale for our project, but I just wanted to mention a few additional points. If we can go back one, looking again at the compatibility of the surrounding uses and the site's unique location really as a gateway into Sunset Valley, keeping in mind that the apartments are in the city of Austin. Well, you know that. You're painfully aware of that. This really also serves as a buffer, frankly, to that piece and to the parkland that you have purchased adjacent to our property. Also, as Cameron noted, our site is laid out to help buffer more internal residential areas that are to the east from these more intense Brody Lane activities by front-loading our site design and incorporating a gentle step down, if you will, in design with the parking up front and then a 100-foot buffer in the back. Additionally, you'll notice that our site is the first site within Sunset Valley. As I mentioned, the apartments there are in the city of Austin, providing us a strategic opportunity to act, again, as a gateway that really represents Sunset Valley's unique character. To that end, this project is fully consistent with the strategy that the Sunset Valley Ad Hoc Committee has been developing to strengthen local businesses by building and embracing the city's local character of friendliness and natural beauty. If we go to the next slide, please. Today, commercial and multifamily uses now predominate along Brody Lane's frontage, indicating that from a planning perspective, our request is fully compatible and appropriate with the area, which speaks to the second, third, and ninth conditions for the zoning change. I also think it's important to note that under our request, which is for neighborhood commercial zoning, the city, and this is very important, would retain extraordinary discretionary authority over this project. The city of Sunset Valley only offers 2 zoning districts that would allow the land uses proposed here, either neighborhood commercial or highway commercial. Obviously, we're not on a highway. Neighborhood commercial is the only option, which speaks to the 4th condition for a zoning change. but neighborhood commercial only allows the uses that we have outlined here with a special use permit, which provides two key safeguards to the city. First, it allows you to confirm that we have lived up to the vision we have laid out here today. When we come back for the special use permit, we have to come back with the site plan that you have seen and that Cameron and Blaine have gone through. Second, it provides you more certainty that if for some reason, decades from now, this project were to disappear, which we don't expect that it will, but if for some reason it did, then the city would be in full control to approve or reject any future special use permit request. So somebody would have to come back with a new site plan and get new approval. So you're doubly protected in a way that truly is unique with the special use permit condition. If we go to the next slide. This further shows the property buffering that Cameron described at length earlier in the presentation. If we go to the next slide, this shows the buffering from the ground level, so you can see the meaningful buffering distance that is provided above and beyond what would otherwise be required. Again, the requirement wouldn't be to have a fence on the property line. We've spoken, I haven't, but Mr. Trubiana has spoken to the Drakers, and we've gone ahead and we've voluntarily moved it 25 feet into our property to create additional buffering and have added trees in that space between. If we go to the next slide, please. Finally, I would like to just refocus the discussion around the city's goals, which are really the foundation of our entire proposal. This project embraces Sunset Valley's character and honors the legacy of one of its most prominent residents. It provides a design that goes above and beyond on the environmental sensitivity and buffering, while also offering the city key safeguards for confirming that we implement the plan presented to you today. I'm going to say something outrageous. Do not vote for this zoning if you don't like the plan, because that plan is exactly what's coming back to you for a special use permit. So I would encourage you, don't make us go through all this if you don't like the plan.
I would say not exactly that, because we still have to get through the plating process.
Well, that's true. We do have to go through planning, and then we have to come back through. They get lots more times to vote on this, for sure. It leverages the site's strategic location to support the city's fiscal sustainability, generating increased sales tax revenue that Sunset Valley can use to fund important municipal services, which would not be possible if this site had been developed as residential. And in short, the proposal before you today achieves the city's comprehensive plan goals, achieves the city's 10 conditions for a zoning change, and achieves the preliminary vision that the Sunset Valley marketing strategy is developing. Next slide, please. Introduce now Tom Trubiana, one of the applicants.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So I'm Tom Trubiana, Justin's father, and my wife, Benny, of some 47 years, and I are indeed local. And in fact, we are part of the ownership group for the proposed project. For all the reasons that everyone before me discussed, we think this is absolutely the right project on the right site. And we're very excited. We had a chance to meet a lot of wonderful people from Sunset Valley, and we're excited about the potential to become members of this wonderful community and to provide a great place for community gatherings. And that's the reason we have the community slide, because that's really what this project's about. Through neighborhood outreach, we've had numerous meetings with neighbors, mostly on site. There have been many modifications made to our plan because of their valued input, and we're particularly proud of the level of support that we've received from most of the neighbors. The two closest neighbors that we all need to be concerned about are Ann Galt, who has a life estate, and Ann has indeed sent her letter of support for the project. And then, of course, to the east are the Drakers, which probably may be the most affected. And so we've been meeting with the Drakers. I've had 5 in-person meetings since September. We've made numerous revisions as a result of that. And last night we had a meeting which I hope they agree we thought was very, very productive and very positive. I want to just make you aware of some of those changes that we have done. Initially, the concerns were the height and the location of the fence. So we agreed to go to an 8-foot fence initially, and I'll explain why we're now going to go to a 10. And to move it in 25 feet, and that was a request and something we were gladly able to do. And then in subsequent meetings, the concern became on Well, security was one, and this is one of our conditions. We have committed to having a security fence around the entire site. We accept that responsibility. In subsequent meetings, the issues related to light pollution, noise, and the current rainwater runoff issues that the Drakers experience. Cameron already addressed that we are going to indeed adopt dark sky lighting plan, which eliminates light pollution. As it relates to noise, we offered to go from an 8-foot fence to 10, and last night in our meeting, the idea of doing a 10-foot fence on the east side was accepted by the Drakers as an enhancement or improvement. We've added, as you've seen from what Cameron showed, a significant number of tall trees to create a visual buffer, along that fence line. There was a request that we reduce the hours of operations. Most of the people that operate cafes that serve alcoholic beverages, that'll be one of the special use permits we would have to get granted. They're open till midnight. In fact, the place across the street, the barn, is open to midnight. But because of the sensitivity, we have indeed agreed to go ahead and lower or close earlier and close at 11 p.m. at the latest any given evening. As it relates to the existing rainwater runoff issues, we've committed to improve the situation, and Blaine's talked about that. We've indeed added a rainwater cistern on site to capture the water. We'll figure out the proper size, but we're absolutely committed to improving the current situation they have, because the site flows from Brody Lane back to the east. So we've committed, we accept that responsibility. The bottom line is, we're working and we're hopeful that we'll eventually get the Drakers' support. They're important to us. We want to be their good neighbors, and we want this to be a place where their family would come and enjoy the sense of community that we hope to create. We want this plan to be a destination of choice for the Sunset Valley family gatherings, a point of pride for this community, and it's really one of the entryway to the Sunset Valley coming from the south. We respectfully request that the City Council give due consideration to our request for rezoning, and very much thank you for your time and attention this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for either the applicant or for city staff? Councilmember Rosenberg?
Applicant, please. Thank you. First off, you show the fence coming in 25 feet, and it's 8-foot privacy fence, meaning a wood fence.
Yes, solid wooden fence. And we have agreed to go to 10 feet at the request of the Drakers.
Is that by working with the Drakers, or?
So they originally it was designed to be 6. They asked it to be 8. We offered for it to be 10, and in last night's meeting, they said that they would prefer the 10.
They would prefer 10 feet. You're talking about height, I'm talking about distance from their property and your property.
Yes, 25 feet.
25 feet. Why wouldn't you put the fence directly on the property line?
Because they've requested for it to be inland 25 so that they have more air circulation and I guess a greater sense of privacy. That's what I would assume. So that was at their request.
All right, so the next question. You have 25-foot privacy fence coming in off your property.
Yes.
You can't see if anything's being done to that property behind your private fence. And then in from that 25 feet, would you consider another 175 feet as a buffer?
The project's not financially feasible. It's just not financially feasible.
I'm asking for the Drakers. Also, when I look at your maps, I've already measured off the 200-foot buffer, and it's right where the first building would start.
Correct.
And so you're definitely not within the 200-foot buffer, so it's conducive. You could do it if you didn't do.
You're misunderstanding. The core of it is in between all of those buildings, and that is where the Botanical Garden will be. But there will indeed be, there will be other seating in that space from the next 100 feet.
There's a 100-foot vegetative buffer per
I saw
code, right. The next zone is a lighter use zone that has botanical gardens with trails and very intimate seating throughout.
I saw that.
And so that is a core part of our design for our project. So we can't get rid of and go 200 feet and take away over an acre of land from the property.
It would be 1.2 acres, actually.
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
Would you consider doing a wrought iron fence where that area is, where you would have outdoor seating and trails within that 100-foot?
In our conversation last night with the Drakers, I felt like we had a really good kind of connection on our interests were aligned with their interests. Their concern was that people would wander into that 100-foot vegetative buffer. And we absolutely do not want that to happen either, because we are putting investment into these plantings and these botanical garden. So we don't want people destroying that. We don't want people crawling on that. So, we haven't gotten to the full detailed design schematics with Cameron, because we need to get approvals before we start spending mega money on designing. But speaking with Cameron, his vision for that, he can speak to it much better than I can, but I think it would go above and beyond what the Drakers are actually expecting, because you're going to have some kind of roped off fencing that will create a clear designation that you are not to enter this 100-foot vegetative buffer. And then beyond that, you're also going to have plantings and shrubs and a whole nother thing of natural buffer. I mean, people aren't going to be climbing through the trees to get through there either. And, we would have clear signs, please stay out. Do not, it is meant for,
Would you consider a wrought iron fence 75 feet from your wood fence to make sure no one does get in the 100-foot buffer?
I don't think we can, a wrought iron fence, we need to keep this warm and inviting. We don't want to create a prison.
The wrought iron fence doesn't create a prison. It simply gives you visibility through to the wood fence,
and I think
but
Cameron,
make sure nobody goes.
I think Cameron would have it designed in a way that would be welcoming and warm, and also be a distinct barrier where people aren't getting back to the Drakers' fence.
In last night's meeting, one of the things that Scott offered, because we have talked about it being an educational, and we're talking about having plantings of herbs and that at certain times of the day, that we could actually have educational things that go on to that space. We've committed to sit down and work with them, and we will find a solution, but I don't want to be designing a wrought iron fence in this meeting. But we will figure a solution that works for the Drakers and works for us. We're aligned. But to say that it has to be a wrought iron fence seems inappropriate, in my opinion.
Well, the reason being I have experience with this very type of project.
Sure.
Where I lived before moving to Sunset Valley, I had a restaurant put in behind my house. And we had a 50-foot buffer, and we had a fence and they had a fence, so nobody could cross between that buffer area. So that's why I suggested it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Reeds?
Yes, a couple of questions. One is kind of that seating area again, just to reiterate that. In this botanical garden intimate seating area, how many people could be seated in that area? Have y'all figured that out yet?
We have not designed that. The intent is for there to be some indoor seating in the cafe.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be some covered seating in, call them pavilions, but we hope to do something more special than a standard pavilion. And then the rest of the seating would be outdoor seating, most of it focused in where all the buildings, but in that next 100-foot section, which is what we're talking about, clearly a lot less dense, little trails, gardens, walking through. It's a part of the whole thing.
There's some example imagery that Cameron provided on that page to give you an idea of what that zone looks like. I'm not sure the exact page. It's up a couple.
Yeah, I saw that, and that made me feel a little bit better about the buffer zone, because you've got the 100 feet, and then the next 100 feet is really the more intimate seating areas that is not overwhelmingly tons of people, correct? Okay. Yes, like that. Yeah. So it invites quiet conversation types of, just nice types of things.
And a big goal for us here also is there should be water elements with waterfalls and ponds.
Yes.
So that's really kind of like, we want this trickling nature sound This is about a natural habitat that's peaceful. And that's what this area is really focused on.
I think that's important because you do have the Brody sounds coming too, and then that will help alleviate that, the waterfall and such. The other question I have, and I haven't seen it addressed anymore anywhere, and this is in my conversation today with Mr. Draper, is cooking smells. Do y'all anticipate any cooking smells, and how would you contain that?
That's a new concern that's being brought up tonight. These will be full commercial kitchens with hoods, that sort of thing. You may have a better clue. But
And those buildings are, I think they're 400 to 500 feet away from their home. So, I mean, you're talking. Yeah,
Okay, I do remember in Austin, years back, there was, next to a barbecue place, there was, you could smell the barbecue. And I guess if you live next to it, you probably wouldn't want to smell it every day, every moment. And I lived next to, or close to, a coffee place at one point. And when they would clean their coffee equipment, oh my gosh, the smell was awful. And that lasted for a couple of days. And so smell is important, and so I wish, if you would put that on your list to look at. Thank
you. I've talked to both the Drakers and the Trubianas about this, and one thing that keeps on kind of running around in my head is there's a lot of we agree not to XYZ, and you seem very nice. And I'm just wondering, like, what opportunities do we have? This is maybe for not so much Barbara and the city of Sunset Valley, but maybe your attorney, and Rudy might have some insight on this as well. But when it comes to things like the water runoff, making sure that people don't encroach into that setback, keeping down the noise levels, security concerns, everything like that, like what do we have at our disposal, not our disposal, but y'all's disposal, to, just put a little bite into it?
Sure. A great question, and that's why I mentioned specifically in the presentation the fact that we come back to you and come back to you and come back to you. So we have to come back with the plating, as city administrator point out, and we have to come back with the site plan, which we've shown to you today, so that you'll see the fence, council member, that you'll see the 25 feet in, you'll see the fence, you'll see the plantings, you're going to get to really see and approve precisely what you were shown. So that's the bite, and that it doesn't get any better than that. I mean, you might think that a private restrictive covenant is somehow better. I can promise you it's not, because it has to be privately enforced. Whereas the government, when there's codes and when there's a special use permit that we have to come back for, that gets enforced by the government. And you all have a good government, and you have an ability to enforce your code and enforce your site plans that you've improved. So that's really where the rubber meets the road, if you will. And that's why I think the process you have in your code right now with the special use permit provides extraordinary protection, wisely, I might add.
So I get that was a very good answer. I get that we have kind of these stops in the development process, but now we're up and running, and we have a 13-inch rain event, and their driveway washes out, and it can be proven. It's just like 13 inches is extreme. A standard rain event, and it has just exacerbated the problem. Or there's always people. I'm just wondering how far you would be willing to go to, or you would be willing to go to really kind of like lock this in legally. I know you said it would be between the parties privately. This is not my area of expertise. I'm just trying to give some peace of mind to the Drakers.
So the site plan, the engineer has done an analysis. There currently is runoff right now, which is why I think the Drakers have experienced some issues. What we're actually going to be installing are, if you will, barriers to the water running off, as Blaine Stansbury, our civil engineer, described. That's been proven up from an engineering perspective, she's certified and will certify the plans that the runoff, the amount of runoff will be less in terms of the rate than what is currently occurring. And she can speak directly to that, but that's certified by her and reviewed by your staff. So that's pretty rare. I mean, I don't know how else, that's how it's done. I mean, is by getting a certification that the amount of runoff is actually an improvement under, compared to the natural conditions that exist right now.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm glad, you know, you have staff that does look at that, right? And that we have an engineer who's going to certify that, because it's on us too. Because of a private owner, if there's more water draining onto their property than currently under the current conditions, you know, we're liable as well, and we don't want that liability. But that would be under common law in Texas. People take property rights real seriously, and excess water that isn't naturally occurring, which it is naturally occurring now. That's not on us. It just naturally occurs. We believe are going to improve the situation.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to continue to, at every time you guys come out, if it passes, then that is going to be my sticking thing. Just like, you know, there's this gray area of the concerns that some of the neighbors have, and how do we make sure that it doesn't, there was one thing in there about enforcement. We do not have a great track record in this city. We need to get out there and actually, there's a lot of things on the books in Sunset Valley, and the level at which they are enforced is, that's not saying do whatever you want, but like, you know, that is, I'm looking over at Carolyn, maybe, or Chief. I don't know who this would be over here, but that is like my biggest concern. It's like, we're all happy here, getting what we want, and then it's time for the city to come in and say, these are the things that we said that would be set up here. Besides that, it looks like a really great plan. I feel like you guys have done a lot to kind of be good neighbors so far.
So, council member, as an aside to your question, the issue comes at site plan and the issue comes at plat. You actually have two bites of the apple. So if Blaine shows a drainage coefficient today of X, then it's up to you. You guys have the ability to say, I want X plus 2. I want X plus 3. Those are things, and so when he says, you're approving the site plan, I'm going, no, you're not. Please don't agree that you're approving the site plan, because we still have several traps to run through to make sure that there are those protections in place. You're approving a conceptual plan that looks great, but we've still got to work through the details.
Councilmember Litchfield.
Yeah, I thank you for this project. I love it. Thank you. My big concern, what's going to stick, is the impervious coverage. This number seems really high to me. I need to kind of do some work and figure out where, you know, but we, of course, again, we have a just striking history of exceeding our impervious coverage, and we probably need to figure out where we want to be for real, and then not get variances every single time. So that's kind of on me and on us, I think, to kind of get to a final number there, but I'm going to be that guy in these going discussions. So like pervious pavement, a lot of things like that could probably be super helpful. The other thing is going to be, when I look at the current site plan and think about Uber Eats and food delivery and all that, like that looks like a nightmare to me, like having a high flow of like delivery drivers in and out. And so I'd love to see that kind of thought about or discussed or addressed. And then one of my kind of pet things is I see all this like native beautiful grass that you're going to have, and I'd love to see some ruminants in the property somewhere. Probably not a cow, but you know, like a goat or a couple sheep or something could be a fun little addition. But to those things.
And I was just going to address, say, the impervious cover. Interesting. Blaine can speak to it because it has an environmental aspect as well. If you didn't have the impervious cover where the parking is going to be and the driveways, then you'd have cars that you're not capturing any sort of runoff from the cars that might occur, and capturing it in a sensitive way with the rain gardens that she's designed as a water quality element. And the other piece there is a safety one. We want to be sure that people are not parking in the neighborhoods. I think that's happened elsewhere. And in order to do that, you have to have a driveway and some parking that, and so that's why you see it the way you do, is we're trying to be sensitive to allowing people to turn in, being sure we have enough stacking so we don't cause an accident on Brody, and enough parking so that people park on the cement, we capture that water rather than having it go into our aquifer.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I tried to analyze this according with the 10 points. And looking the number one, consistent with the goals, standards, and policies from the comprehensive plan. In our comprehensive plan, they say that non-residential buildings should be located near Brody Lane, US 290, and they mention Robles and Jones Road. But later, they say that the plan is looking as a residential. So all of that area in the plan, in the 2010 comprehensive plan, all of that was residential. And it's very interesting at this moment. And when I am looking, when you have some business, sometimes if you have a business, when they say residential and with business, has a difference with business commercial. So that you say, well, you have a business. Yeah, and it's commercial because it's business. Now here is a commercial and also it's a business. Well, in commercial, the difference will be that in this place, they will have alcohol. And with alcohol, they will have other kind of things different. And the type of business. So you have a restaurant and you have other kind of things. And the other is only an office. So the schedule of working hours, they are totally different. Because if you have a business office, so maybe they work 8 to 8, and the noise and other kind of things, they are different with the entorn. So the effect that they have outside is different. So this is one consideration that I have in my mind. Because, well, I don't accept business, but the business that we will have, they are in reality office. Now, it's different than now I am looking a fence 8 to 10 feet, then every morning I will be watching because in the other side I have a restaurant or I have something and they have a party or something. But for us now, this is one point in number one. I am looking all the job that you were doing. This is amazing. This is the best than any other company they came, or I was looking here. So you are doing, when they say above and below, I don't like that words. You are above. You are above. You try to do business. And I try to recognize that. But I try to be fair. So when I am looking, number two, change in the development, in the land maps, and etc. Well, our existing maps, they used to be 2010. We were working with some of them in 2020. In reality, we don't have also one study that will give it to us some evaluation, us as a city, not you. So if I try to define this by feelings or by facts, if I was looking one book and guidelines, well, I would say, this is my books. This is my plan. So it's very difficult. When I was looking, when you say number 4, number 5, again, you are looking with the land around the interests of the public and the safety. This is number 5, number 6. Number 6 Utilities. The development like to occur as a result of the proposed change in zoning classification can be served, adequated by utilities, water supply, etc. The city doesn't have utilities in that place. So I read that they were working with the city, you as an application. So, but we don't have that. And if we will have some compromise, I think that you will take the big chunk of how much that will cost. Because for us, we have that as a place that is residential. It's not commercial. It's in your interest. So you need to keep that in mind. In number 7, vehicles. So when I was looking, the 118 vehicles, and well, we can have a lot of discussions with that. How many people they will be there? If they will be 75 square foot, 75 square foot per vehicle. So that criteria is in Austin. So if we will be using that criteria, this is another thing. When we are looking the traffic, we don't have a traffic study, and that is critical for me because we have the 3 big retailers, big, and they are in Brody. So the people is coming here because they can come faster in and out. Whoa, holidays, forget it, because it's also cloud. It's a lot of cars. That is almost impossible. Well, we have a little more if we have another business. But what is the worst? And I hear that word, open gate. We will have an open gate for more business. So after this will be the next, and the next, and the next. Well, this is that we need to take today in consideration. If I say yes or no, and looking that, I think that now, for me, I saw a lot of details. And if we are looking engineering, well, at this moment, a lot of people, they go to the moon. So you can design, you can do a lot of things. The rain, you can catch that. We have ways to treat that. We can discuss and we can spend a lot of time with details. And I think, in my opinion, they don't came to the point. Because the point was the 10 points for reclassification. In my case, I think that it's amazing. You spend a lot of money, good friends. It looks like your business. I asked a lot of people, and they say, no, this is excellent food. This is excellent ideas. I can see that Botanic and etc. But on the other hand, I am thinking with my neighbors, what is the quality of the life that they will have? Because this is why, for me, it's very important, the quality of my life, because I live here. That is the first. Protect the environment. I am looking that in your conscientious and in your expenditures, you try to do that. So in my mind, if I would say yes or no, that will be in that consideration. But thank you very much that you came.
Council, we also have the public comment portion, which I'd like to move to unless there's any further questions. We had 4 comment cards, and then we'll open it up for anybody in the audience who wishes to speak, keeping in mind our time limits. Just as a note, Donnie Hurwitz provided a letter in support. He had a comment card. He does not wish to speak, but he wanted to make sure that you had received the letter, and that was his statement. I need to do that. So that just everybody has that letter, and that's his statement. The next letter, or the next person who signed up is Scott Draker. And Scott, if you wish to speak at this time, please go ahead and step up to the mic.
Mayor and Council, my name is Scott Draker. I reside at 759 Oakdale Drive. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to the zoning change. There's a number of reasons that I'm opposed to it. I realize that this is a popular plan, but I think I can easily demonstrate that this plan does not meet the spirit of neighborhood commercial. The things that I'm concerned about are impervious cover, hours of operation, traffic, noise, smell, security and safety, the building setback. I'm concerned about domino effect. I'm concerned about alcohol sales next door to me. And I'm concerned about the number of people that will use this development. It's in the number of people that I think the point is made that this is not in the spirit of neighborhood commercial. Based on the applicant's expected traffic, anywhere from $1,200 to $1,500. If you simply is $1,500, 1,500 cars a day. If you assume 2 occupants per vehicle and an operating hour of 15.5 hours a day, that equates to 3,000 people a day. This is not your neighborhood dentist. It's not a boutique restaurant. It's not a day spa. It's not any of the things that you think of when you think of neighborhood. This is a commercial operation. Going to the list of items that you're required to look at in order to approve such a zoning change. Item number 2, significant unanticipated changes have occurred that make the development within the current land use maps unlikely and inappropriate. This property was occupied as a single-family residence up until the time Mrs. Grubbs passed away. There have been no unanticipated events since that time. There are other properties on Brody Lane that are occupied as single-family residences, demonstrating that there's nothing on Brody Lane that is prohibiting people from living along Brody Lane. Item number 3, the proposed classification will allow uses that are reasonable and not incompatible with surrounding properties, and that any minor incompatible effects of uses to be allowed will be adequately mitigated. 3,000 people is not a minor incompatibility. We can talk about mitigation. So far, we haven't gotten there. The zoning, number 4, the zoning classification change requested is no greater than the minimum required to allow for reasonable use of the land. Reasonable use of the land. So it doesn't say the highest and best use of the land. It says reasonable use of the land. By virtue of the people that are living there, reasonable use of the land is single family. On this particular tract, I think that there's a market, a high market for single family residential. If I own this property and I were going to develop it as single family residential, I would not put 5 houses on it. I would put 1 house, sizable and high quality, on this property. A house that would be marketed to Amazon, Apple, Google, people arriving into Austin and working downtown. Housing, everybody knows, it's in the news every day. Housing is a major topic of concern in Austin. This property is 12 minutes from downtown. This is an incredible opportunity for somebody to have a place to live that works downtown. Item number 8, development likely to occur as a result of the proposed change in zoning classification will not result in traffic conditions or vehicular circulation that jeopardizes the city's public health, safety, welfare, environment, or the vehicular traffic goals, standards, and policies of the land use plan. This property may or may not impact traffic within the limits of Sunset Valley, but it will certainly impact traffic further south on Sunset Valley, where the northbound or the southbound traffic coming from the north will have to drive past this property down towards HEB and make a U-turn to get back to this property. We heard earlier from the police review that curb cuts are where all the accidents happen. So you're asking and you're expecting 1,500 cars a day divided by 2, half of them coming from the north, half of them coming from the south, to come and make that U-turn at an uncontrolled curb cut.
And Mr. Drake, just a time warning in terms of we're trying to make sure that everybody stays within a certain amount of time for their public comments. So just
I don't have a clock. I was not told how much time. My wife is here. I'm sure she would cede some time to me if I need more time.
we have in our code of ordinance, it's 4 minutes per speaker is what is allocated. So I've let you go over a little bit just because I know this is an important topic and I want to make sure your feedback's heard. I was giving you just a note that if you could make sure that you try to condense your discussion to wrap it up, and if your wife wants to speak, she can speak as well.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Okay, I think I can demonstrate point number 8. I think I have demonstrated point number 8. I can, if I had time, demonstrate point number 9 and point number 10 are not satisfied. I'll try to wrap up. There's been a few comments, and the plan is beautiful, but what the plan doesn't show are the 3,000 people that will be there. The applicant's attorney said, "We come back to you." Councilmember Johnson, I believe you sort of hit the nail on the head. We come back to you until we get your approval, and then good luck trying to fix something that we didn't anticipate. There are a lot of unknowns on this project. It's a new concept. I mean, we don't even know all the questions to ask at this point. I keep hearing about the water quality and the runoff. I hear about the runoff rate. So the same amount of water will be coming across my property, but now it won't come maybe quite as fast, which is good, but it'll come over a longer period of time, is the way I hear that. I'm sure somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I heard something mentioned earlier about restrictive covenants. I think restrictive covenants, maybe that's not the right vehicle to use, but there needs to be something to document ongoing some of the agreements and understandings that we have. For example, who maintains the fence? I'm sure the Tribuanas will maintain the fence while they're involved on the property, but if that's not codified somehow, then a future owner, that fence may blow down in some of the high winds like we had just a couple weeks ago. A future owner may decide that, hey, it's cheaper for me to just haul this stuff out of here than it is for me to repair or rebuild. Somebody mentioned something about the history of exceeding impervious cover. I'm concerned to hear that there's a history about exceeding impervious cover. When I was on council, we worked very hard to set impervious cover, and I can't recall, and the records may prove me wrong, I can't recall a single time when we exceeded impervious cover. There was a point in time in our history where we did allow 40% for commercial, holding residential to 18%, and we corrected that and reduced the commercial impervious cover to 18%. Parking in neighborhoods. We said that we need all this parking so we don't have parking in neighborhoods. How much of the traffic coming from the south, well, different point, sorry. If there's been a number of questions raised about the parking, so consider a scenario where parking does become a problem. And today, a lot of us drive around with bicycle racks on the back of our car. We have a trailhead less than 300 yards away from this property. So why don't I just throw my bike on the back of my car, go over and park on Oakdale, ride my bike over to the restaurant, get a breakfast taco, and then go back and ride down the trail, leave my car parked on Oakdale Drive.
Mr. Draker, your time's up, so.
One comment?
One quick comment, please.
The applicant sees this as the front door to the, from the south, from Sunset Valley or something to that effect. It'll be a front door that, with traffic, be careful. You don't want your guests to be walking through glass and wrecked vehicles to get to your front door.
Thank you. The next person who signed up to speak, or put his comment card, Gary McIntosh, and if you wish to speak.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Appreciate your time today. I want to thank you for considering this proposal. I'm the executor of the Betty Grubbs estate. I'm here to briefly discuss the property and Betty's history and that. I'm not going to go into great detail about that because it's, you know, I spoke at length about it at the Zoning Commission, and you can review that if you'd like to. I've been a good friend of Betty and Homer while he was alive since 1975. I sat next to them at Longhorn baseball games, starting at that time at Dish Falk, and we spent 43 baseball seasons together. We became very close friends, traveled together, did a lot of things together over the years. And during this time, I got to know this wonderful person, one who it seemed never met someone that didn't come away from the encounter thinking that they had been blessed in knowing her, in meeting her. So, in talking about her, I want you to know she loved, as you all know, she loved Sunset Valley. She and Homer were among the founding members, founding families of this city and this community. They bought the property in 1952 when they came back from their military duties. And they each lived the rest of their lives at 6405 Brody Lane. At her memorial service, the honorary pallbearers were the police officers of Sunset Valley. They were the honorary pallbearers up on the stage with me at the memorial service in Darrell K. Royal, Texas Memorial Stadium. And as we all know, Betty did a lot of things to promote women, women-owned businesses, women's activities, encouraging young women to strive to achieve and strive to make their lives better and their families better. In 1997, after Betty passed away, she asked me to help her find an attorney and so that she could revise her will. She asked me to become her executor. That was, you know, a long time ago. So we met with a lawyer who specialized in assisting the elderly, and she made her new will. And over the years, she would amend or revise the will as her assets grew in value, with the intent of distributing those assets to her family, but just as important to her, to provide her legacy to women's athletic programs at UT. And over the years, she began to realize that her property was too valuable to expect to be able to sell it for a single personal residence property. We began a series of discussions of how best to ensure the legacy she left would achieve her goals. The primary of those goals was to establish an endowment for scholarships for women athletes in all women's sports at Texas. A large part of the proceeds of this proposed project will fund a scholarship endowment as she directed. The discussions with Betty over a period of time led to her instructions to me in her later years. She indicated that although the property was zoned single family, she wanted me to do the best job I could to maximize the scholarship legacy that she wanted to leave for women's athletics to influence a number of young women in their athletic endeavors. I told her that would likely mean trying to rezone the property or at a minimum subdivide the property. She said she knew that. She hoped I could find the right kind of buyer for the property that would preserve the property in a way that was good for the community and the people of Sunset Valley, but that her instructions were to do the best I could without it becoming something like an apartment complex or a shopping center project. After months of analyzing and studying, including meeting with several interested parties, I had discussed the property with several buyers. Not one wanted to buy it as a single-family residence. They all wanted to either, using the lot size implications, to try to put 5 homes on it. That actually meant a 1,400 square foot variance to be able to get 5, otherwise it would have been 4. I had several approach me about, well, maybe we can get Sunset Valley to change that and allow us to put 8 to 10 townhouses on it and things like that. I had those kinds of people. In early 2021, I was approached by a broker to consider the project you have before you. I spent a considerable amount of time with the Trubiana Vasquez representatives going over their proposed project for a community botanical garden eatery. After meeting many times about the project, discussing Betty's legacy, and my desires to ensure that the project would meet her desires for the property for future generations, and getting to know the Trubiana and Vasquez families, I can tell you that I really believe that the proposed project would make Betty very happy. It provides a community setting, an environmentally sensitive approach to dining in a small, low-density atmosphere, and doing so in a way that adheres to the standards of the Sunset Valley community. And just as important, it provides local women-owned businesses in doing this. The Trubiana Vasquez families listened to my concerns.
Sorry, Ms. McIntosh, your time's up. Thank you.
Thanks.
The next person who signed to speak is Jody Conrad. And Jody, do you wish to speak?
Thank you very much. I'd be probably more comfortable if you were officials or referees than I am in this environment. But there are only 2 points I'd like to make. My relationship with Betty Grubbs goes back 50 years. She was one of the very first people to say, through athletic scholarships, women can get an education and have a better lives for themselves and their families. And she spent the next 50 years advocating for that to happen. And as she has designated in her will, she would like this property to provide an endowment for women that would last decades into the future. And ironically, this is the 50th year of the passage of Title IX, a federal law that changed the landscape for women in a lot of areas. We think about it in terms of athletics, but less than 10% of women, were in law school and med school at that point in time when that law was passed. So things have changed dramatically, but nothing changed with Betty in terms of her support of women and the opportunity for them to get an education through athletics. And I look at what this could mean for that generation of women that come forward. All of you, I know, assume that women's athletics has unlimited funds. When Betty lent her support to this endeavor, our budget for women's athletics, 7 women's sports, was $10,000. And yes, we have benefit in what they make. But all of you, particularly, you get in the room, but you have a chair, a seat, unless you can bring benefit. That's what Betty wanted to happen. I looked at this, and I've met these people, and I sincerely believe that Betty Grubbs would say, "This is perfect. This is what I would envision for my property to do to enhance Sunset Valley. I don't live here. I wouldn't have known about Sunset Valley if it weren't for Betty Grubbs. This was her home. This was her passion. And I believe that what you've heard here tonight would assure that that passion she felt would move forward into the future. Thank you very much for the opportunity to support Betty and Homer Grubbs.
Thank you. All right, those are all the people that signed up. If there's anybody that wishes to.
We had a comment on OpenGov. Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. It was posted by Helen Bessie for this item. In general, I'm very supportive of the proposed development on this 5-acre tract. I do want to point out that our zoning regulations have not been updated for many years, 20 years. It would have been better if we had more up-to-date zoning regulations. Please support P&E and zoning to work on this together. Now, not later. Generally, this proposed development is a real boon for Sunset Valley. It will maintain the green of the lot as well as collect sales tax revenue. I do have several comments where I think the city could better support the neighborhood. I don't have the proposal in front of me, but I recollect impervious cover is over our limits. Development could probably stay within our limits and still be viable. Lighting looks good now. That has changed since our meeting. Please make sure that bollard lighting will be in place in the music and entertainment area as well. I'm concerned about the sound. While they promised at our neighborhood meeting to direct all sound to Brody Lane, I hope that you will get that tightened very strongly before approving this. I believe that our sound ordinance says sound lowered at 10 p.m. If you have been to the radio site, the sound is very loud, enough that you have to speak loudly to be heard during the day. I don't know what they do at night. Please have all music be acoustic or with shielding and directional sound. Thanks very much, and I hope to say welcome to the neighborhood. Addition, wrought iron fences impale deer and/or they get legs trapped. Please, no more wrought iron fences. Deer-friendly fences can be just as effective. Thanks.
All right, if there's anybody that wishes to speak that did not sign up, please do so at this time. Step up to the mic and introduce yourself.
Mayor, she submitted an opposing statement to her own statement at 8:18, withdrawing her support.
All right. Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Melissa Gonzalez, 26 Reese. I spoke during the zoning committee meeting, and I'm just going to reiterate some of the things that I talked about then. I suggest, because all my data is in that one that you look at for the zoning committee meeting, because that'll give you all, that I I just wish it wasn't next to that. That is my only complaint really about this project, and that it could a cascade effect down Brody, and that it doesn't meet the criteria. And I think that it's a little bit of a shame that Scott couldn't talk all the way through because he did actually talk about what's in front of you, just like Councilmember Carmona was talking about. I think it particularly fails on the traffic issue. We actually do have a live version of this if you go to radio. And if you'll see that I don't believe it meets the traffic criteria that would be allowed on this. And I don't think Betty Grubbs would want the Drakers to be miserable. I know, because I listened to her say that any number of times, that I just want to be in my place and have peace. And I don't think that she would be comfortable if the Drakers weren't having that also. So that's my one point about this. I love this project. I love these people. I think that they're amazing. I want to find a place for them in Sunset Valley. I just don't know if I was sitting in that chair again, if I would be able to say this use meets this criteria of being next to these properties. I don't know that it passes that. I don't know that it passes. It failed only in zoning on the driving issue by the chair. He didn't believe that they had passed that. Otherwise, it went through in zoning as part. I left right at the end, but that's what I heard. I have been next to restaurants most of my professional life, and you have problems with rodents, smell, sound, noise, runoff. And those things don't necessarily get addressed, in this issue. And so when you're putting that there, that's a big reason to be really concerned that you're putting that next to houses. I have been overrun by rats by restaurants a lot in my professional life, where that was a big deal. And where there's food, there's rodents. The stats that I put at 3 o'clock in the afternoon was, 3:30. I went over by 3:30 and 4 on Wednesday afternoon. And there were only 3 available parking spaces, and I don't know what I put, I think 90 something, I don't remember, but your numbers are in the zoning as to how many parking places were available. All of the rest of Fort View went to neighborhood commercial because of being overrun with parking issues. One driveway, in my opinion, is not sufficient. I understand we're struggling with impervious cover. If you go through, one problem and then you're backed up. You have one way out of that property. That's not safe to me. If you were to do this, you have to have 2 driveways at a minimum in and out of that property. One is just not safe. I'm torn. I think it's a lovely project. I think these are wonderful people. I just don't know if it meets the threshold of appropriate zoning so close. That's my problem. It's a heartbreaking thing, because if I said, where would I want to put this place? I'd say in Sunset Valley. It's perfect. It's wonderful. The legacy of Betty Groves. But when you go down the list, that's a struggle. That's just a struggle for me. If you go to radio, another thing that I want to talk about is that there's a ton of extra tables there from the last time I was there. I like it. I love Veracruz tacos. They're just like, if I want tacos, that's what I want. But they keep being more tables that popped up since the last time I was there. And the tables were not even full, right, at 3 in the afternoon. And there was no parking, and with all those parking places. So you have a real life experience. If you have any questions, go look at radio and go look in the middle of the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Please step up to the mic.
Joe Coyson, Countrywide, support the project. I think they did a design. I could see it as a, for me, I think it would be great for this. I urge you to support it.
Councilmember Rosengart, do you have a question for one of them?
Yes. Joe Coyson, would you please come up to the mic? You have a restaurant slash trailer food places on Countrywide. How does that affect the neighbors on Countrywide?
Some of the neighbors don't like it. They think that the parking issues are a problem, and some neighbors who live close to it have complained about noise. I don't have those same complaints. I live further down the street.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Now's the time. Otherwise, we will proceed to. Is it a question during the public hearing? Because we'll also have another opportunity at the next portion of the agenda. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, they mentioned that today is only for the rezoning. When I was looking the conventional presentation, these blueprints that they have, I have a lot of questions, but that perhaps is not the time today, but I have a lot of questions. When we are talking the drainage, I have questions. So, but perhaps it's not the time. Today is only rezoning.
Right. With that, Matt, okay. We're going to close the public hearing at 8:26 p.m. And that'll take us to the agenda item number 12, which is consider an act on a request for a zoning change at 6405 Brody Lane from single-family residential to neighborhood commercial. And Council, this is another chance for you to ask questions of either staff or the applicants, to make a motion if you're ready, but we're at that agenda item. Councilmember Rosengart?
Have you looked at any other properties within Sunset Valley? Applicant.
Excuse me, we're not aware of any other property within Sunset Valley that could make this feasible. I mean, to have, what we'd like to address the parking. At Radio, they have 45 parking spaces in their lot. It's inadequate. And Justin, you actually work there.
So I actually work there every day. It's a nightmare for me. It causes me stress and anxiety.
Justin, do you mind adjusting the mic?
Yeah, so with the parking situation there, it's a dirt lot with no lined spaces. They have about 70 parking spaces. They share that space with several businesses. So there's an office complex, there's a a little house. It might be a law office, I'm not sure. And there's a tattoo shop. So those 70 spaces that they do have is probably more in the range of like 50 to 55 spaces. And then there is a neighborhood road that parking lot empties out onto Port View. And they have streets, they have signs on that street, no parking, because the parking lot empties onto a neighborhood street. Our property doesn't have those issues. Our design for the parking takes that into consideration because we do not want people parking in the neighborhood. We don't want people backing up onto Brody Lane. And when we brought this up and discussed it with the zoning commission last week, they understood and they appreciated the need for the ample parking for the project. And I'm sorry, did I answer your question? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I think the time chain, when we are looking our city in the way that we don't want to change, then we need to be the big houses or the big lots and that kind of things. We are looking that this dynamic is moving. And looking that place is hard because sometimes you have to go with the rules. They are the rules. But sometimes the rules, you can bend that rules just a little and they pass. But I was watching the support from that place. And I am looking, I think it's 19 people or 19 houses, then they support that. So 19 houses, they support that. It's a lot. And in one moment you say, well, where is the neighbor? So this is the neighbor, the close. And they are agreed. Well, but I live almost 1.5 miles from that place. And not necessarily I am agreeing. Why? Because perhaps I believe that I don't want to open the gate. And I don't want to repeat. But maybe now I am in another time. And the new people, they expect that they will be business. And Brody will be with business. And perhaps we need to accept that. So it's real hard. So it's not a question, it's analysis that I have in my brain. And I have days that I am thinking and thinking, you don't believe how many numbers I made. But in my mind, sometimes it's not to define if they have enough capacity for drainage or no. It's now if the people, they accept or we don't accept that. And in my mind, always we try to preserve always the money. Who produce the money in this city? The retailers, these big centers. So we don't want to kill that revenue that we have. Because over $6 million came from there. And traffic is very important parameter. And it's bad because it's not only this. If we see Gonzalez Ranch that is close to 220 houses, but this city is not the city of, it's the city of Austin. To put more and more things in that funnel. So it's real hard for me. Believe me. It's excellent. This. And when they say it's popular, not necessarily it's popular. It's a good job, but it's very difficult. This is my position.
Council, any other questions? Are we ready to either make a motion or opposing or against it? Councilmember Johnson?
I've just jotted down some thoughts overall on this. First of all, my wife texted me, Johnny Conrad, 3 exclamation points. She was over the moon. She used to go to those games when she was a little girl. So she's, yeah. I just thought that was kind of cool. Anyway, so this has been a very difficult project for me to kind of digest. When I was running for council, the Drakers reached out, and this was the one question about changing of zoning on Brody. And admittedly, I didn't know much back then. Some people would say I don't know much now, but the thing is, I was against it. I do not see how this can remain a single-family residential, honestly. We talk about if this gets changed to this project, it would change our city. I'll tell you what would definitely change our city, a $5 million house going there. This is actually probably more in line with our city, a gathering place, a beautiful place to eat and gather. It's a truly unique project. I feel radio, I met Justin Tribbiano at radio because I used to go to DD all the time. And when he reached out about the project, I literally went up in my text history, and it was, they don't use any of those like software that like tells you when your order's ready. He just texts you, and it was like page after page of just like your order's ready. It's really good food. But radio is, for all the good things it has, it is a disaster. And I do not think that this will turn into that. Over My Dead Body will turn into that. Cosmic is much nicer than radio. I don't know if you've been to Cosmic. I think this is nicer than that. We have the South Manchac Cultural, I think that's what they refer to it, the South Manchac Cultural District, where there's the South Austin Beer Garden and the Hive and Luster Pearl South, and I mean, there's a million of them. And you go to them and it's just, they're fun, but it just seems like people threw some plastic Adirondack chairs in a backyard around a fire pit and slinging beer. Like it's just, I don't know. I have very high hopes for this, and could be such a beautiful thing in the city. But I want to continue to do right by the Drakers. And the thing is, like, I feel like if we didn't find the ability to enforce things that keep the Drakers happy with the project there, I mean, it seems like a really lazy and unfortunate way to lose an opportunity like this. You know, the money, people might say like, oh, it's just over tax, sales tax. I don't even really think about it that much. It's just going to be like the thing that people think about when they think of Sunset Valley. They think of Home Depot. We love Home Depot. I go to Home Depot often 4 times a day because I don't know how to make a list. But like, this could be the thing that people think about. And it just is a little bit more in line with our, I don't know, the kind of people that we are here. You know, we like big areas and kind of like hanging out. The other concern about the dominoes going down Brody, the Angalt project is, the Angalt property is going to be parkland. That is the next would-be domino, and it's not a domino. Hurwitz properties, and Roger Edmondson, whatever properties that are on Oakdale, since to go commercial because out onto Oakdale, I think want to end council then, but you have 2 properties that are much or be anything they would have the ability to put any kind of like parking. So I don't see this as a domino. There's just no other dominoes. The last one, the other bookend of Brody, is now going to be parked. It was bought by the city to protect watershed, but there's just no dominoes that I see. I don't know. while I'm voicing kind of like my support for it, I want to make sure that every step of the process, we think about the Draker family and everything that we can do to ensure that this is, I don't know, they can be made as happy as possible. So, those are all my notes.
Yes. So when I was first introduced to the project, I went there thinking there's no way, and I remember talking to both of you and they're like, do you know how many hurdles you have to get through? And the biggest hurdle to me was the neighborhood. And with the exception of the Drakers, you have done that, surprisingly to me. And I agree with Rob that we need to make sure that we do everything we can to ensure that their privacy, the noise, anything, the drainage, all of those conditions are met and they are enforced with our city staff, et cetera. And that is a continual thing. That's being a good neighbor and that's doing the right thing. I live right behind the shopping center and, we had a noise problem for a long time and my husband would get up in the middle of the night and go, talk to the guys that were doing the sweeping and he was just so upset by the noise. And we did get that noise ordinance strengthened, so it was important. So with that, I will make the motion that all right, let's go through this. The motion to approve the zoning change subject to the following conditions that, and these are the conditions that the zoning commission came with, and probably I would add a traffic study. Well, that is in there with the adequate traffic circulation.
Councilmember Reeds, I would ask that you specify a traffic study because at the point where a TIA is in fact called for in our code mirroring the city of their proposed development is less than that. So I would call it out specifically if you want it.
Let's add that with the traffic study.
All right, so the motion is to approve the rezoning with the additional conditions identified at the with the zoning commission recommendations. So like the 10-foot fence along the east part of the boundary, that set of conditions, as well as a traffic study. That's the motion. Okay.
Yes.
Is there a second for that? Councilmember Litchfield for a second?
Yes, second, please.
All right, that opens up for discussion. So we have a motion, council, to approve the rezoning with the following conditions: 10-foot fence along the east boundary of the property, limiting operating hours to 11 p.m., dark sky lighting as presented by the applicant, security fence around the property, adding additional trees to contribute to the vegetative buffer, work with the Drakers between now and platting of the property. At the platting stage, ensure adequate traffic circulation, which may or may not include installing a turning lane on Brody, and the additional condition of conducting a traffic study. Council, further discussion on this motion? Councilmember Johnson?
I'm just going to further reiterate this. I've hit it on the head a few times. Scott Rowan, I have a list of about 12 things that I'm going to wake up to every morning and just make sure that they're doing right by you, okay?
Yes.
From the perspective of those things, I want to be very clear because you're now sending us now we're going to jump into the weeds, which is where we're supposed to be. It's appropriate. You guys are at a policy level. And from a policy perspective, I'm hearing you say, protect the neighborhood integrity, protect the Drakers. Get that completely. But I want a little more substance to it. I keep hearing drainage. So I want you to tell me what you want. They're proposing to slow it down. I want you to tell me you want to better it. Better is less. Better is detain it more. and if you're not comfortable making those, then please give me a policy directive that says ensure that we are protecting the neighborhood, because we will work those details out. But it's more than just what we're talking about today. And I just want you guys to understand, I want the Tribuanas to understand, I know Blaine understands, we're gonna dive into some of those details, and it will come to you at the next site plan. And I'm gonna make sure that in the site plan, we're telling you why we're doing things to protect the integrity of that neighborhood.
Yes, I would like to add that to the motion then. Would you second it?
What is,
To ensure the drainage is up to standard, and what were your words, Sylvia?
I don't have words. I want you guys to tell me you want to improve the drainage.
I got a whole list here.
Okay. Okay, you want to give it a stab?
Yeah, so if you would please read your list, because I want to make sure that we incorporate that as we dive into the deeper details of the site and the plat.
If you're ready to start, right? Sorry, Matt. But,
Yeah, we're good.
so water runoff, I as much as possible, I don't want to see a drop coming off the property. And honestly, Botanical Garden needs water, so I guess you can use it.
More than the natural. No, well,
I mean, like,
legally they're required to sheet natural. You don't want any more than the natural.
Okay.
You want to detain as much as possible.
This is why you don't put me in charge of saying these things.
So the Drakers have provided pictures from a 50-year flood, and their driveway does flood. It's not all from the Betty's property, it's the other properties and all that. So please don't hold us responsible for all of that that's happening and all. What we've committed to do is to improve the situation and to reduce the amount of flow.
And so just so the Tribuanas and Blaine understand, what we're going to be looking at is the condition as it exists today and ensuring that it is improved. That it is improved to the point that the Drakers don't feel like you're even shedding onto them. It may be coming from Oakdale, it may be coming from somewhere else, but that's a detention issue. So,
Yes, so the wording.
and we don't need to get into the coefficient. We're going to look at the existing condition and ensure that it is improved in the design.
Yeah,
That's
we can't
perfect.
guarantee zero. There is natural flow
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
We're not
Yeah.
going to dig a 20-foot deep swimming pool to capture all the water coming
Right,
off our
and
water.
obviously, like, there's two other properties where it's just like, if
Yeah,
it's running
and
off
coming,
of that.
and it's coming off of the street too. So if you want to say the situation will be improved, we're happy to have that in there, and we've already committed to that publicly. That we'll look to improve it.
Getting a lot of nods over here. I think we're all aligned and kind of like this thinking. So again, this is not my expertise. Fence maintenance was in there, and I think it was not only do you want a nice fence, but like what happens afterwards. I'm pretty thick on this. I don't know what we do if in 20 years this project fails. I hope not. I don't know what we can do, but it's not going to leave my list. So how do we monitor sound? How do we enforce sound? Who monitors?
We have an ordinance, and our police force monitors that.
Okay.
Zoning Commission, the Tribuanas had offered to engage a sound engineer. Is that still the case?
Okay. And
This is why I'm asking for the devil.
no, totally. And there's a pretty popular STR down the street from me, Sharon Drinkwine's place, and every once in a while it gets loud, and I don't have a decibel meter. If I can hear it in my house, then I know it's probably a little loud, and she takes care of it like immediately. Parking on Oakdale, I know we love parking on this council, or dealing with parking issues, but it's going to be an issue. And so I'm not sure how much they don't know when people walk into the property, how much we can do about it, but I'm gonna hold the city responsible for not making parking an issue on Oakdale. Dangerous Brody conditions, that's a traffic study.
Mm-hmm.
I had one about like the seating in the back. I don't know, if you really don't want people to kind of congregate for a real long time. I always worked at radio, and so it's just like you went wherever the plug was. So I don't, I didn't think I was going to have to read these out in front of everyone, so maybe some of them are more harebrained, but don't put any plugs back there or you'll get people just chilling out all day. But maybe they'll have their face in a computer and won't be talking. You're going to put in a security system. I think Helen Bessie brought up a good point. I think it was Helen in her comment about limiting seating. Like what is, because if you limit seating, then that kind of dictates, oh no, I'm sorry, it was Melissa talking about like radio adding seats after seats after seats, even past the point where they have no parking. And I'm interested to know what is your max capacity on people there. Like, obviously, if people are standing drinking, like, you can't really limit it. But like, can you number the number of chairs? Did you have any plans on doing that?
That's going to be dictated in the building code.
Okay.
Dictated in what?
In the building code.
In the building code, okay.
So, oh, and the smells. Who brought that to your attention?
The Drakers.
The Drakers. In New York City, I used to live above a Mexican restaurant, and it was why I could never open my window. So I don't know why it should have been imprinted in my brain, but do they do smell studies?
Or it needs adequate ventilation that the smells don't escape, I guess.
Well, again,
That far.
the HVAC stuff is all going to be covered in the building code.
Okay.
But what is the state of technology for the capture of smells? I honestly, when I sit at radio, I don't really smell Veracruz you're right on them. I certainly don't smell DD, but Veracruz will be there as well. So that was my list as it stands.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just, so, so from a zoning perspective, putting in the 7 requests that the zoning commission had, Councilmember Reeds added a TIA. In addition, ensuring the site plan and plat match Councilmember Johnson's request, which is ensuring water runoff is improved, ensuring we tackle the fence maintenance issue, ensuring that we're monitoring sound, engaging a sound engineer, ensuring there is no offset parking to Oakdale. We're gonna talk through seating in the building code and the ultimate certificate of occupancy, which, by the way, fire has a say in that as well. And whatever we can do to mitigate smell with the HVAC system.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
Let's see, did you have your hand raised for Councilmember Litchfield and then Mayor?
Yeah,
Pro
so as the second, so I'm willing to add the stipulation on runoff improvement. I could be persuaded on the fence, but the rest I'm not willing to second that motion. I prefer that the rest of those things were handled out of band, which it sounds like already are under different things. But to the zoning request, those 7 stipulations plus improving runoff and the traffic study.
Traffic study.
Yep.
That's the
absolutely.
big one to me is the traffic study.
So it goes from 7 to 9.
Which ones are you crossing?
So so the fence maybe, but the seating and the more seating and those sorts of requests, it sounds like they're handled out of band from this request. So I would prefer that the rest of those and the smell thing, it's 500 feet of like vegetation and outdoors.
Okay.
I get it, but.
I'm okay with that.
All right, so the motion maker and the second have agreed to add the improvement of drainage as
Yes.
as part of the conditions, as well as the traffic study.
Yes.
Okay. And then your list would be direction or provided to staff to make sure that, there's answers back to you. I'm not sure that's necessarily directly addressed in the motion, but it's something that you might.
It might just be part of my thing that I stay on top of.
It's our enforcement.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Ensuring the city is enforcing.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that at this moment, a lot of that things, not necessarily they are in the 10 points. It's a voluntary that they will try to do some of them. But number 6 is the utilities. So we don't have the utilities in that place and will be very expensive. I don't know if they will take care of that.
Yes.
Yeah, but this is verbally. So if you are writing something that will compromise, we need to put that, because in utilities, it's fire hydrants. Okay. I think that needs to be in writing, no verbally, but
So do we need to add that they bear the responsibility of utilities?
No, I can include it in the notes for the record, but that
Okay.
is already included in the planning ordinance. The
That's what I
developer
thought.
is responsible for all of those
Okay.
utility improvements.
Wh-
And
what is that? It's because we are doing one document today. So now we
So-
will be mixing documents? Or,
no, I can add a bullet that says, ensure the city's plating ordinance is followed as it relates to infrastructure.
You think that that covers? I agree.
Before we make further adjustments, Justin and Tom, can you work with this? I'll let you speak if you want to speak to this specifically.
Look, we have been committed to be good neighbors and have realized the sensitivity of the Drakers and you know, what we don't want, things that we are out of our control, like someone had said that we're going to prevent people from parking on Oakdale. I don't know how we do that other than provide adequate parking. And we can provide, there's going to be studies. I think we know what we need in parking, and that's why. And so I just, like for instance, impervious coverage, if you folks study it, of the 27, roughly 27%, 22% of it is the parking. And without the parking, there is no project. I mean, it won't work. So, Michael?
We removed that off of the requirements.
Yes, the only other item is, an official traffic impact analysis is a pretty large undertaking. It's an expensive undertaking, tens of thousands of dollars. You have to take traffic counts of existing traffic currently. What I would recommend is you can do a more informal traffic study. Doesn't necessarily take in traffic counts. We can use what data is available and then give you an analysis of what is anticipated in terms of people turning in and out. It is a right in, right out only anyway, because I think that's what you're looking for, is an analysis by a traffic engineer on where they anticipate people will be coming from and going. But you already have tens of thousands of trips per day running on Brody. That isn't going to change from a traffic analysis. I think but a trip, TIA is a significant 1,000-page document with appendices that cost tens of thousands of dollars. I think you really want a traffic engineer to look at it and to give some recommendations based on the fact of what's there. And so I would ask that you modify that perhaps to be a traffic study or traffic study rather than an official 1,000-page document.
Well, so I'm going to split hairs with you there, because one of the concerns at Zoning Commission was a turning lane.
Sure.
And so if you and I face off in court, one of the things you're going to say is it wasn't done by an official traffic engineer. If we're asking for if we're asking for a turning lane to be exacted at plating stage and you don't agree and we end up going further on. So just to keep it clean, keep it clean and defendable, and also so that the council and the zoning commission and the public has the warm and fuzzy that we did our due diligence and there is or is not a turning lane there that's going to be required.
Let the engineer speak.
Well, let me just preface this with, I'm not a full-time traffic engineer, but I think what Michael is getting to is that a traffic impact analysis, by definition, is this huge undertaking, and that's what we're used to working with traffic engineers on. I think what can be accomplished at a much more appropriate level is engaging a traffic engineer to do a study for us of the traffic, but not specifically a traffic impact analysis. And so just to kind of give you what the preliminary look that I've taken at a high level, that we are estimating about what I reported to the Zoning Commission was 1,000 to 1,200 vehicle trips per day. And that's not, 1,200 cars coming in, that's a car coming in and a car leaving. So it's really 500 to 600 cars a day. And that's based on empirical data of, I've had to look at, there's not a project like this in the Institute of Transportation Engineers booklet where we get this traffic information. So I've had to look at coffee shops, donut shops, high-quality restaurants. And so the range was in between 900 trips a day to 1,200 trips a day. So that's where we came up with 1,000 to 1,200 trips per day. But by contrast, Lowe's is 8,000 trips per day, and HEB is 15,000 trips per day. So this project is well under what the typical requirement for a traffic impact analysis is of 2,000 trips per day. So I'm throwing a lot of numbers out there, but I'm just trying to give a range and context for you. So, yes.
So my response to that, Council, I'm sorry.
So you say that at this moment, Lowe's has how many?
Lowe's is 8,000 trips a day.
And HEB 15,000?
15,000.
And they are so close. Why? Is because they are using other streets, or why? Because we are looking only Brody?
I'm okay.
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Yeah, HB is on Brody. Lowe's is on Brody. So if you say that they pass 8,000 for Lowe's, how will be the double in HEB if it's so close?
Yeah, the traffic counts are based on the area of the business.
No.
And Member Carmona, for your edification, there's also, HEB also spills out onto William Cannon, I believe, and then Lowe's also has that Garza, I believe.
Yes.
So the two in, or actually they have more than 2 in, 2 out. So
yeah, for that reason, Brody, how many do they pass? So that was only
HEB has 3 entrances onto Brody.
Yes.
And then,
okay.
Yeah, Brody itself has 36,000 vehicles on it a day.
Okay.
So I'll
Thank
leave it
you.
up to the council, but my, the comment that was raised, and I'm glad they're super, super popular. But the comment that was raised is why so much parking? Because according to the building code, they don't need that much parking. According to the building code, it's a much smaller number. But they've got numbers, they've got pro formas, they have business expectations to meet, which is great. That's how they came up with the parking that they needed. You guys just want the warm and fuzzy that the traffic is going to be okay. If this council says we just want a simple traffic impact analysis, then so be it. I'm just telling you from a planning perspective, the tools that we would use to make those decisions when we go to platting and if we need to take right-of-way for attorney lane.
Council, before we proceed further, let's get a motion to extend our meeting past 9 o'clock, please. Councilmember Reitz?
Yes, I will make a motion to extend our meeting past 9 o'clock.
Is there a second for that? Councilmember Johnson seconds. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay. All right, we're extending our meeting past the 9 o'clock time. And we'll continue. Councilmember Reitz with your comment.
I will amend my motion that we would accept a traffic study by a traffic engineer, a full study by a traffic engineer. Okay.
Concur.
Does the second agree with that?
I concur.
Okay. All right, so that's amenable to the applicants as well. All right. All right, so council, we have a motion with a number of conditions, both from the conditions that were outlined by or listed by the zoning commission, as well as the new ones that were the second and the motion maker have agreed to. Is there further discussion on this? I do want to give the chance for the public to also respond or put their input prior to any kind of vote. All right, so let's go ahead and open it up for public members of the public who wish to speak.
I just have one question. I do. I love you guys. I think it's going to be cool. I just want to make sure the directors are safe, and the traffic is safe. I'm a little concerned when we say that building code is going to protect us on outside seating. Is that really accurate?
Yes, there is a code requirement the fire department has to review that's based on square footage and based on seating area. So there has to be a limit. Yes, that's.
Okay, because that's the one thing, when I keep seeing more and more picnic tables coming up in multiple places, including in this city, where we approve things and then don't enforce them later. So I'm just want to make sure that that particular I and T are dotted and crossed. Thank you.
If there's
It's
a
probably
picnic table
COVID.
and a seating area that's popped up, I'd love to hear about it so we can go review their certificate of occupancy.
Okay, so that, I'm not turning people in, but I'm saying I'm seeing it. So, there we go. Thank you.
Council, any further discussion on this before we act on the motion? And while we wait for our wayward council member who's doing technical support right now. All right, council, I think we're ready to vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve the rezoning ordinance with the conditions as identified by council, say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, the motion passes. Thank you very much for the applicants and all the members of the public that came to speak today. And thank you, staff. Appreciate it. That'll take us to our next agenda item. Does council want a short break real fast?
Yeah.
5 minutes break while we reconvene. So we'll reconvene at 9:09. people here who are here to speak to that item, and I want to make sure that we give due consideration, especially since we postponed it from last meeting. So with that, I'm going to open the agenda item number 14, consider an act on approval of a final site plan and landscaping plan for 4800 West Highway 290, which includes the following variance requests from Townbridge Homes LLC. And the variance requests are listed below. Staff, if you want to provide a brief update
Yes.
since our last discussion on this.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor and Council. At the last discussion, the council asked the applicant to go back and make a determination about reduced parking so that we could perhaps have less impervious cover. There was also some consideration about the overhangs. There was also some consideration regarding the attorney's memo on those spaces that would not count toward occupancy. So the applicant has made those proposals. They are here to discuss. That is included in your backup. With 44 parking spaces, the impervious cover is 23, so on and so forth. And so you can go down that. The other variances still remain, and that is the fire lane not underneath the building. That is alternative landscaping compliance, which ends up with more points than our standard. And our off-street, the schedule of off-street parking requirements. So, sorry, I was eating some popcorn. The applicant is here. They can make their presentation, and hopefully council has enough information based on the last meeting and then this meeting to move forward with some type of meaningful dialogue. And so with that,
Thank you. If the
Ron
applicant,
Thrower. Oh, Barton View.
okay.
Great, thanks. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Ron Thrower representing Townbridge.
You'll have to, yeah, you'll have to talk closer to the mic also, I think. Just, thank you.
Before I begin, I'd like to know how much time I have because I saw a lot of concern about the time other speakers had with the previous case.
Well, as the applicant, where you have more time just to present your update, that's the public comment portion
Okay.
where we're limited to 4 minutes per speaker.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Great. We will be done, I'm
All right.
sure. All right, council members, I had prepared a site plan that I believe is in the backup, and then that site plan has multiple scenarios associated with some reductions, opportunities for parking. But with that, there's still some levels of increases of impervious coverage. And I want to just point out right away that there was sentiment on the council last time to not count overhangs as impervious coverage, and we had two approaches to go with that. One of them was to just ask for a variance to say overhangs don't count, and the other one was to say that we're still going to ask for an impervious coverage variance, but I added extra calculations in there to show y'all, if you didn't count the overhang, what that impervious coverage would be. And so, in the site plan that I provided, I want to go through it just right quick. There's multiple slides in this. Sylvia, if you'll go to the next one, please. Okay, on the left-hand side is the multiple scenarios that I'm showing, and in the plan portion, you can see that I have shown increments of 2 parking spaces coming off of what is proposed for the project. And so the reason for that is because obviously 2 parking spaces takes out parking on each side of the drive aisle, so you have two spaces out of that module that would come out. So there's 44 spaces that we originally planned. That's what we were here last month with, and these grade down to 34 spaces, and there is a sliding decrease of an impervious coverage that goes along with that. And if you'll go to the next slide, please. And so the mitigation areas that we talked about last month are the impervious coverage associated with the Sunset Valley Lift Station access drive, as well as the portion of Stearns Drive that is currently not receiving any sort of detention or water quality. And I want to point out that under whatever scenario that y'all may choose on how much parking we will have, if there's going to be less parking, there's going to be less impervious coverage that we would be technically mitigating. But again, under any scenario y'all are going to choose, we're going to still mitigate the full amount that we were going to be mitigating as if we were asking for all of the parking spaces and the increase in impervious coverage. So that's about 5,000 square feet of impervious coverage that we're going to be treating to non-degradation water quality standards. And I want to make that point here on the non-degradation side of things, that this is not the standard sedimentation filtration ponds that are associated with development. These are non-degradation ponds. They have a detention system and a retention re-irrigation system. And the dirtiest water goes into the retention portion first, and then the excess water goes in the detention, and that's slowly released. The retention portion is re-irrigated onto the property, and all of the pollutants that are associated with that dirty water go into the ground. So there's no pollutants, or technically there should be no pollutants that ever leave the site. So we're taking areas of impervious coverage that do not have any treatment and putting that into the non-degradation standards. And these are areas of impervious coverage that would never be treated under any scenario. If you'll go to the next slide, please. And so on the right-hand side portion of our site plan is a tabulation which lists all the calculations. We've left all the calculations in place on the site plan that are reflective of 44 parking spaces and the increase of impervious coverage. Obviously, whenever council, should they make a decision this evening for wherever we're going to land, whether it's 44, 40, 36 parking spaces, whatever, we will be modifying these calculations and then moving forward, hopefully, with the site plan approval. And we're asking that council approve the site plan under a certain condition. Staff will make sure that the site plan is in accordance to y'all's decision, and we will make sure of that as well. The next slide, please. So this particular table is the table that outlines in a tabular form the scenarios of how the parking and impervious coverage is related. So obviously, again, less parking means less impervious coverage. And in here is also a calculation of showing if there was no overhang counted, what that impervious coverage would be. And again, on the right-hand side is the mitigation area. So you can see the mitigation requirement would go down to be equal, but on the far right side, you'll see the mitigation number remains constant. And again, that's just showing the amount of impervious coverage that we're going to be treating that is not currently being treated, but will be always treated regardless of the amount of reductions of parking or impervious coverage that are granted by the council this evening. Next slide, please. So we looked at multiple cities around town to find out parking requirements of other cities. And I think this is important. And obviously, as you can expect, there's a broad range, anywhere from Beaumont, which requires one space for every 200 square feet, to other cities that require one space for 500 square feet, again, for office use. You look at the average of all of these, and they're right about one space. Sorry, I don't have my notes in front of me. Scan down just a little bit on the slide. One space per I can't quite read that. There, 335, yes, thank you. And so that's the average of just the cities that we looked at. Now, Mr. Freeland, in his memo to y'all, where he's talking about the parking variance, aptly pointed out that directly across Stearns is City of Austin. And that property has, and all the properties east of there, have the ability to get an automatic 20% reduction on parking. So City of Austin requires one space per 275 square feet, but you get an automatic 20% reduction, which would take it to like one space for every 346 square feet. And if you put in a shower in your building, you get another 10%. So that takes it up to one space for every 385 square feet or thereabouts. And I'm only pointing that out as a point of reference.
Repeat that.
Again, the City of Austin jurisdiction has automatic reductions. It's called a 20% urban core reduction, for lack of better words. And they've identified that certain areas of Austin have better transit, better walkability, better issues that would promote people to get out of their cars and take alternate means of transportation. And so with a 20% reduction, that comes out to one space for every 346 square feet. But again, if you were to add a shower into a facility, you can get an extra 10% reduction, which would make it about one space for every, call it 390 square feet of building area. And again, I'm only pointing that out as a point of reference to what's directly across the street. By no means am I saying that we should be, automatically granted this type of reduction, but that's why we're here, is to have the discussion about how much reduction would be appropriate, if there's any reduction at all.
Ron, will
We got
you
some
speak?
feedback. Oh.
Yeah, would you move the mic closer to you, please?
Yeah, just some people couldn't hear you who are listening online. Thank you.
If you'll go to the next slide, please. Oh, perhaps that's the last one. Oh, the last one is the full table. And again, I've got paper copies of this if anybody needs it. I see that y'all have got large copies as well.
Councilmember Rosengarten.
Thank you, Mayor. I may have heard wrong, but you said there was a 20% reduction if?
No, it's not an if. In the city of Austin, there's a 20% automatic reduction in parking, minimum parking requirements that projects in the city of Austin are allowed to take advantage of.
Councilmember, it's in our engineer's letter in your backup. I have it highlighted on the screen.
Okay.
So you're saying that would be 39 parking spaces if this were in the city of Austin?
Well, like Gary, let's let our city engineer address that.
Mayor, Council, thank you. Yes, there is an overlay area in the city of Austin that this site actually falls within the designated overlay in the overlay area. It's actually 290 is that overlay area, north of 290 between, I think it's like 35 and Mopac or something like that. It's in the code, 183 in Mopac. It's an overlay district. Since the city of Sunset Valley encroaches into that overlay district, it's the city of Sunset Valley, not the city of Austin. My point, to point that out, was to show that if this same project were across the street in the city of Austin, it would qualify for that reduction. Their base ratio is a little bit higher than the city of Sunset Valley. So, but if you applied that 20% reduction to their base ratio, a development like this right across the street would require 39 parking spaces.
Okay.
Their original proposal was 44, and I just pointed that out because also, as I noted in my memo, we can build a larger water quality pond to mitigate the impervious cover. But by reducing the parking counts, there is no direct mitigation to losing those parking counts. We had a good discussion on that on the previous. And so I just wanted to point that out to say that if while I do not support the reduction in parking count variance, if you wanted to consider the city of Austin standards in an equivalent development, that the top three choices would be something that would be approved in the city of Austin. Not that this is the city of Austin, just to give you some balance, some things to think about.
Good,
Thank you. Council, questions for either the applicant or for staff? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. This is for our city engineer. When they are talking about the variance number 3 for fire lines, did you check that with the department from the city? Yeah, your variance number 3, you refer to fire lines.
The fire lanes.
Yeah,
right.
But the city of Austin is that they provide the service. Do they approve that?
The city of Austin reviews the site during the building permit process for approval. Is that correct? They don't review it at this point. And so they do review this site for their approval that would be compliant with all their requirements.
Yeah, because this is a variance. So in order for us to approve, or for me, I am not from the fire department, and the city of Austin, they provide that. So I was expecting that perhaps we check that with the city of Austin.
Right, Mayor Pro Tem, that's our code. This section that it's varying is our city code.
Yes. Well, and what I point out here, though, is that the City of Sunset Valley Code requires that fire lane to be in the parking bays, which would push that fire lane under the building to reach the back side of the parking lot, the open air parking lot. The International Fire Code is a nationally adopted design code that most cities adopt as part of their design codes. The City of Sunset Valley probably it adopts a version of that as well, and cities can make amendments to that. My point being there, though, is that the fire coverage that this development has meets the International Fire Code requirements, which is a nationally accepted standard for designing sites for hose lay, for fire truck access and things of that nature.
Okay. Then I try to say, and it's very simple. The city of Austin provide that service. I hope that we never have that problem. But if they ask them, if they approve that, why not? But I cannot fight with them if they say, I don't care about the international. This is the city of Austin, and this is the city that provides you the service.
I'm sorry. They will review this during the building permit process. They can overrule it at that point.
Yeah, but today, we will try to approve that. So how we will approve today if tomorrow the city of Austin say that no?
I can address that for you. Thank you. The variance is just to allow us to have the official plan reviewed to be approved. We wouldn't have designed to this point if we didn't already get the process through Austin Fire Department. So we've already had an informal review process of our site. It can't be formal until we've actually gone through the process with your city. So the purpose of the variance is just to take us to that step. But Austin Fire Department has already looked at this project and given us the blessing. That's why we're here with it as it's shown currently.
Yeah, thank you for that, but this is not an I can read here. I am reading here that is from the International Fire Code, not from the city of Austin.
You had asked about the city of Austin, so I was just trying to clarify that they've already looked at this project and given it its blessing, and when the city does their final review and hands it to City of Austin Fire Department, it will get the okay at that point in time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions, council, for the applicant or staff? Or the city engineer? So council, if there's no questions, what I'll do is probably move to public comments so that we can get input from residents and neighbors who have showed up. We also, I think, received comments that were given to you by the city secretary, and there's also some comments on OpenGov, which I'll refer to. But we'll start with members of the public that wish to speak at this time. We have one person that signed up. Gene Wilkins, we could. And just as a reminder, we're keeping our comments to 4 minutes, but thank you.
I want to go home too.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to just begin. My name's Jean Wilkins. I live at 3218 Nancy Gale, and I drive Stearns Lane like 3 or 4 times a day. So I just wanted to start by mentioning the whole business about the 20% decrease. Austin right now is really pushing to incentivize being a walkable city. Ingrid Morton, who is our chairperson, is here tonight, and Ingrid and I are on a couple of committees that deal with transportation and buses and all of that. And so that, although we are technically, I guess, in the overlay, I didn't know that, but that's more for like Westgate and where you can actually access a bus and go someplace, or a place that has bike lanes or even sidewalks, which we don't have either, you know, on 290. So, you know, it's incentivizing for walkability and transportation. But I don't think the reality of that is really where we're at that spot on 290. If I could ask staff to go to the background information, possibly, because I wanted to point out that under background, it's still on the last posting, the fact that the trail and the outdoor meeting space for the neighborhood was there as an incentive for us, and that's no longer the case, as Sylvia pointed out last time.
Mm-hmm. It's in the past tense, Jean.
Okay,
Included.
all right, thank you. So that's gone. I mean, we understand that it was because of the design change in the impervious cover and all of that, but I just want to reinforce that that's gone. Another thing that's gone is the promise during numerous meetings that we had go-to meetings with the developer to keep the impervious cover at 18%. That's also been backed off from. Terry, bless his heart, every meeting we had, he's like, will you not go over 18%? Do you promise to not go over 18%? And he's mentioning that in his town hall posting. And it was always, no, we're not going to go over 18%. And bottom line, I'll at the end of this kind of go over what we've boiled down as the most important things for the neighborhood. And that to us is extremely important to the neighborhood. 18% means 18% to us. The variant requests for impervious cover should be denied. We have a strong feeling that the filtration system is not reliable. It breaks down over time. Terry mentioned that. You know, I could go over how sensitive the site is and all, but y'all know that. I mean, you know, we've already talked about that. We've also talked about the fact that that precedent that could be set, because, you know, 4812 is going to go, and then there's going to be other properties that are going to go, you know, for development. And if you start relaxing the impervious cover, we're really concerned about the precedent. Particularly 4812 is more in the critical zone. This is upland, no, transition zone, sorry. This is uplands for the most part, a little sliver. But, you know, some of those other, like 4812 is more in the transition zone. The denying of the variance would not deprive the developer of his substantial use of the property. It could be built to code at a smaller structure. Applicant states reasons for variance need as setbacks required by the code, transformer being on a pad, not a pole, which is a building requirement, and the continued gross net discussion. The variance request for the decreased number of parking spaces should be denied. The city attorney clarified that the serviceable area, am I out of town already? Okay, impervious cover was one of them. Too many reductions with the parking spaces. It's such a burden to put cars onto Stearns. I mean, that just cannot happen. It would be too dangerous. The building will have parking on the first floor. Second floor will house the developer's building and a nutritional wellness business. The third floor will be rented. It will be total lease space. I don't see that there's any way to say that they know that they need a certain number of spaces if it's going to be rented. We talked about the fire issue. In our neighborhood, we're very fire prone, and
Thank you.
not.
You've gone over the time. Thank you.
You want to talk?
If anybody else wishes to speak at this time, you. Okay. Please do.
Hi, my name's Ingrid Morton. I live on 3204 Cupid Drive. My big concern is the fire. about a year ago, we had APD meet with our neighborhood and tell us that our neighborhood is one of the most at risk for fire. And since we only have one way in and one way out, the fire department said that since we have a nursing home off of Dudmar, that they would close off Dudmar and service the nursing home before they service the neighborhood. So that leaves only one way out for all of the neighbors, all of the 130 neighbors that live in that neighborhood, which is Stearns Drive. Stearns is 19 feet wide. Actually, it would be impossible for a fire truck and the people trying to get out of the neighborhood. So my concern is the fire possibility. Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosengren?
So Ingrid, are you saying you don't want us to reduce any of the parking on this property? So that there's no parking on Stearns?
No parking on Stearns. Stearns is only 19 feet wide. It's, I think the code is for a fire truck to come in there, it needs to be 24 feet. So there's not any room, basically.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Anybody else wish to speak at this time?
I just want to talk about CBD parking, Central Business District parking. All of those places have bus services and scooters and all those things, and those are the things that were meant to do that. We don't have those things. And we don't have good sidewalks, we don't have bus service there. Those are all features that allow you to reduce parking. So, and they don't have, and they usually have on-street parking also, which we don't have there, nor do we want there. So I just think those are really important issues to address, and I feel like it's, the parking tables that they've shown are compendiums. I put 20 pages of parking regulations that are actually comparable to the cities we compete with. And we are comparable to the cities we compete with. And we need to keep our parking. That's really important because that's one of the reasons people shop here is it's easy to park. So I'm really concerned about our disregard that we're somehow like Austin in the way our parking is. We don't have on-street parking really anywhere that matters. We don't have it on Brody. We don't want it on Ernest Rivers Way particularly because the Villas is not going to be happy about that. And it's dangerous in the neighborhood over there to put any more additional parking. So, yes.
Councilmember Rosengren?
So are you saying you don't want us to reduce any of the parking?
No, I'm saying that I'm concerned with a tendency in our records to show that, especially with our own engineer doing it, that we are somehow comparable to the CBD of Austin. I'm not talking in some ways, but it keeps being in the record, and I think it's really important that we compare apples to apples. And the other cities like Rollingwood, Bee Caves, those are the ones who we immediately reflect. And when this came up the last time with this engineer's letter, I gave accurate comps for the cities that we typically compared ourselves to, and we are right in line with them. And so I just think that's important that we don't mess that up, that we really realize that we are who we are, and that we don't have scooters, we don't particularly want scooters, we don't have big roads, we don't have on-street parking, so we do need to pay attention to our parking requirements and not cut them anymore. But at the same time, here on this property, impervious cover is a big issue. But when I see misinformation about parking, I feel compelled to stand up. And in the city of Austin, this is a big green space, right? They do things in big, huge ways. We're a little tiny place, and it really matters every little tiny decision we make. So to them, even if we were them, it wouldn't matter so much, right? Because they have a citywide plan. Every little thing that we do wrong shows up. It really shows up in a big way. And that's the difference between a small town and a big city. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
I know we all want to get past this item, so I just want to kind of wrap up my feelings. As you can see, we've worked exhaustively with staff, with the neighborhood, and coming off of the last meeting with council as well. and to address these three major items, which all are in contention with themselves as well. In regards to the impervious coverage, we've shown that we are mitigating well beyond any impact that we create. In regards to fire, we already made agreements and we've designed a non-combustible construction type that has fire sprinklers as well, not required. And we've already done a review with Austin Fire Department that we are in full compliance. In regards to parking, there's actually been a lot of literature around parking requirements and how they are creating a system across the nation of empty parking lots. Now, retail is one thing, office is another. We just want to think about the future. And with rideshare and how things have changed just in the last few years, parking requirements per zoning code is not the way to look forward. I'm not saying cut parking. I'm just trying to address the three items that have been brought to you. So thank you.
Thank you. In Council, in addition to the members of the public that spoke, we also heard from Jean and Ingrid. They registered comments in OpenGov stating their opposition to the variances. Terry Cowan, I'll read his comments, and there's a couple more in OpenGov. Aaron Levy, the Tunbridge homeowner, told Barton View Neighborhood Association that his goal was to submit a plan that did not exceed 18% impervious cover. The plan he submitted significantly exceeded 18% impervious cover. The 23.57% impervious cover recommended by city administration for approval clearly exceeds the 18% permitted by ordinance. The site is one of the most environmentally important sites in the city because the water that flows under the site feeds directly into Barton Springs Pool. The success of water quality treatment to offset increased impervious cover is not assured given the city's dismal record in regard to regular inspection, maintenance, and repair of facilities. City staff could have urged the developer to reduce the size of the building footprint instead of undermining our impervious cover code and increase pollution risk to the aquifer in Barton Springs Pool. To my knowledge, Mayor and Council have not directed administration to put private self-interest towards aquifer and public health. Parking is a large issue for the neighborhood. The developer stated that only 35 parking spaces are needed to keep all employee visitor parking on site. We are concerned about tenant customers parking vehicles along Stearns Lane and on the nearest residential street. Unneeded parking spaces drive up impervious cover. Too few on-site parking spaces cause people to park along Stearns Lane. Unfortunately, customers can choose to park off-site no matter how many on-site parking spaces are approved. Any approved plan must include a vegetative and/or physical barrier to discourage visitors from parking on Stearns Lane and walking across to the building. The environmentally sensitive site should not be developed with a building parking that needs impervious cover exceeding 18%. If it is to be developed, I request Council consider option 5 with all the mitigations that are included in the staff recommendation plan. This will result between 18.37 and 20.75 impervious cover depending on how much rain hits the ground under the high eaves, and it provides 36 on-site parking places. In addition, I request a barrier to building access from Stearns Lane be required as part of any approval to discourage visitors from parking on Stearns. The nenext one we had in comment to this, I'm going to summarize this one. It's from Nia Hoffman. As a homeowner in Barton View neighborhood, as a longtime Austin resident, I want to add my objection to the increased variances that Aaron Levy, Tunbridge homeowner, is requesting. Mr. Levy tells the residents one thing and does another. This is another registered opposition. There's not a recommendation for a specific one of the options like Terry Cowan's. The next one is Stephen LeBrode. He states that he would like to oppose all 4 of these variance requests. I have concerns with the issues related to possible water quality due to the impervious cover. They are trying to expand. Fire concern related to exiting our neighborhood in the event of a fire. Also, the possible overflow of parking on Stearns Lane and other streets in Barton View is concerned. Once this is built, we have no control over future tenants or occupancy who may bring additional cars and traffic issues to our neighborhood. And then Council, we also, I think, were provided comments from the Barton View Neighborhood Association that they solicited, and the city secretary, they provided the city secretary and then handed to Council. All right, so Council, further questions for the applicant, city engineer, or staff at this point? Councilor Reeds?
Oh, I just have a quick question. I've been there, I've parked on Stearns to look at the property, so I was one of those people who parked on Stearns. I don't remember is there a kind of a ditch, a little gully? I mean, is it likely that somebody could drive over the site and park on Stearns?
It's very flat on
It's
the
flat,
side.
okay.
And the technical property line is far enough away from the edge of asphalt. As it was pointed out, the asphalt is fairly narrow in comparison to typical.
Yeah, I remember
So
that.
I mean, technically, you could be parked off the street. That's not anything that we're promoting or suggesting that we want to be providing, and there's no actual pedestrian connection from Stearns Lane to the building on our site plan. There's no access unless they're walking through a field of grass, so.
Okay.
Mhm.
Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you. There actually is a bus stop at 4702 Lamar. It's 0.1 miles. As a frequent user of the bus. Oh, I'm just saying, you know, people that would work there or whatever. Like, you know, if I was going there to do business, then I could take a bus there. If you ride the bus enough, it's full of that. So I understand that there's a lot of competing concerns that people have over this, and water quality is like, I'm an environmentalist first, right up there, and so the option to reduce parking and get us down as close as possible to 18%, like I think Terry liked option 5. I'd even go option 6 there. Because water quality is, I mean, like I know they're not kind of keeping within 18% on their property, but they're taking untreated water from Stearns and the road to the lift station. And I mean, it's a workaround, but I'll take it. After the last meeting, I'm sorry, Matt, I just finally heard myself pop up on the microphone. I gotta speak into it a little better. After the last council meeting, I went over there to kind of check it out a little bit more, and it is eye-watering how fast people go down Stearns. It is crazy, and I'm not saying that they might change their. I don't want, you don't want parking on Stearns. I don't want parking on Stearns because you don't want parking on Stearns, and I'm not saying parking could be used to be like a sign, like maybe you shouldn't speed here, but I think people would slow down if there were cars parked there. Those people must be going 50 miles an hour down that road. It's crazy. I spoke with absolutely randomly, I spoke to a member of AFD, and I said, hey, you know, and they're familiar with the area, and I said, can you get, if people were parked, it's 19 feet wide and there's people parked, would you be able to get past that? And he's not a spokesman, but he's just like, yeah, we get by. And he didn't even really have to think about it. Again, like, I don't want to call him out, and again, he's not like someone who is just like super familiar. He is just, if we're driving that truck, we're going to get to the fire. Don't you worry about it. So you might see a pattern. I just like write down a bunch of notes, and then they just kind of like spill out of me here. And again, there's things that Justin said at I think it was the last council meeting about this, about just like the changing behavior of kind of like commuting, and you know how many, whether people are even going to drive there. How many people work at Town Bridge? How many people are going to be on that floor?
I have 8 employees.
You have 8 employees. And it's the same size, or it's more square feet at the top because there's not the wellness center, is it?
The second floor?
All right, well, you're going to be on technically the second. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. The first floor would be my business, Town Bridge, and my sister-in-law, who's the wellness nutritional consultant. Yes.
Okay.
She has 2 consultants. They do actually now, post-COVID, mostly virtual, so they don't even see clientele in person all day, every day like they normally would.
But one day.
Yeah.
You know. I know, I'm coming around to just thinking that, like, I like to see low impervious cover, and parking doesn't super sell it for me. I don't, it's kind of a funny thing that, like, that you see people that are very concerned about impervious cover, but it's just like, and we also need a lot of parking. And I get that, but to me, it's just like, parking is a thing that we gotta have it, but I kind of want to turn my back to it. But, okay, that's all I had there.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Excuse me? Yes. So when you say that the first floor is 564 square foot, the first floor.
Of occupancy? The second floor of the building, you mean?
Oh,
elevated.
you say the second floor would be...
The way the architect draws it, first floor is parking. I misstated. So first floor is parking, second floor and third floor are occupied.
So for example, you say in the second floor, that is 7,000, you will have some well-made and one office?
Correct.
And on the bottom, what you will have?
The ground floor is parking.
The ground floor,
Yes.
the ground.
It's parking.
Yeah, it's a parking, but you have 564.
There's an elevator lobby to get into the building.
So it's an enter,
Correct.
an elevator.
Correct.
So later you go to the first floor, you go to the second floor, and later to the third floor, what you will have?
It's a repeat of the second floor, stacked.
So you will have two offices or 3 or 4 offices?
I mean, it could be broken into the available net office.
I try to figure out, because if you are looking according with the square foot, this is how we have how many cars, how many vehicles.
Correct.
So it's important that if you will use the 7,000, so at this moment, we come back to the same point and gross and net.
We actually intentionally didn't want to get back to the gross and net
Yes.
conversation because we felt that we exhausted that through legal, and legal
Yes.
determined what that was going to be, and that's how those calculations are made.
Yeah, so for example, in that case, if we are looking, you have no 14,000, because you say that the first part of the building is elevator and the enter.
Correct.
So the 564, so only you have 14,000 square foot, right?
Okay,
that is
thank
there.
you. I don't remember. You've got it right there. So each floor is about 7,000 square feet.
So you have 14,000.
Yes, but you're not considering what was determined through legal
So-
regarding restrooms,
At that time,
mechanical, yeah.
At that time, they removed, I think was 3,000 or, no, 1,400.
Correct.
Yeah, but, yeah, 1,494, so you have 1,500, and from 1,500, so you will have less than 13,000. So with that 13,000, that gave it to you the number of vehicles that you need.
If
The
you're
spaces.
going by code calculation, yes.
Yeah. So when I was doing the numbers again, that gave it to us at that time with net was 44 and with gross was 49 at that time. And this is that you have also here. With 44 is the scenario number 1.
44 is the calculation of the 1 to 300 per the gross calculation defined by your legal department.
Yes.
Yes, so 44 is the total highest number based on legal review of our plans.
So again, we cannot come back to the 18% because you cannot have 18% because even though you have to reduce a lot
Correct.
the surface, and if you will go to 18%, give it to you only 22 spaces. If you reduce to
No.
15,000, yeah, because 18% will be,
No, I don't know. The way that you're thinking about it is taking a roundabout way, which is actually miscalculating. The numbers that you've been provided are engineered calculations.
yes.
Mayor and council, just a reminder, we have 5 minutes left and the applicant is waiting on the decision.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, well, I can read that. I can see your scenarios. I saw that you make a lot of work.
Yes.
And my only concern again is that you say that the city of Austin, they approve the fire lines and that kind of things, or?
Correct. We would never have designed extensively without getting that approval first. Now, it's not officially approved until the site plan is approved, so to go back to Austin Fire Department. However, it's been reviewed, yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Litchfield?
So to me, I come down to the 18% impervious cover limit is very important to me. It's very important to the city.
And me as well.
I can get there, with the overhangs. I fully support that as a deduction. I think that the treatment and other offsets are insufficient in general. I love that they happen, but I don't think that they substitute for the impervious cover limit. I 100% agree about the difference between retail office space and the damage that overbuilding parking, over-positioning parking has just destroyed our environment, and I want to see that reduced. I 1,000% agree on the future of transportation, where that's going. I've had the Tesla sales reps telling me that my car is going to be a self-driving Uber for 3 years now. We're not there yet, but hopefully we're not 20 years away. I'm very comfortable supporting this at the 36 spots level, and would support other things if they come in around stipulations for blockading pedestrian access from Stearns or something like that. But to that end, I'd like to make a motion, if I may, Mayor.
Yes.
I'd like to approve the variance to section 10.102 to allow a reduction in parking from 44 spaces to 36. Approve the variance to section 4.301 for impervious cover increase to the 20.75, but with the adjustment. And approve variance to section 10.201 fire lanes, and approve variance to section 10.108 design standards for the 25-foot drive aisles. Effectively, scenario 5 is what I would like to make a motion.
The motion is to approve essentially scenario 5 as outlined by the applicant to include 36 parking spaces and the other variances required to build with this current site plan. Is there a second to that motion? Councilmember Johnson?
I'll second.
Second. All right. Further discussion. So there's a motion that we have before us to approve scenario 5 with the 4 variances. Councilmember Rosengard?
Thank you. We just heard from some folks in the room that they didn't want us to reduce parking. The only other alternative would be to reduce the office space. Is there any consideration on reducing the building?
So I went over that the last time, and if my architect was here, he could probably do a much more thorough description of that. Because we're actually over our parking, there's a point where you continually cut off and it still doesn't get you to where you want because of the code requirement for parking based on that gross calculation. So I believe it was like 35% of the building would have to be completely cut off in order for us to get even close to both parking and impervious.
Councilmember Reeds?
So this would be incumbent on you as the building leaser, person who leases, that you find a tenant that will comply with the parking. If this 34, and is that sufficient, or the 36, would that be sufficient?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So that will be one condition, then we will have to approve these. Because according with these, they have the possible motions and they are specific with that motions. They don't say nothing about that. So we will have that condition that we approve, but also they cannot reduce space, but they are committed that they will have only 36 spaces, and we don't have problems with the neighborhood later.
Well, and I'm not sure how we would phrase that condition other than to say the parking available for that site is 36 spaces. There's no off-site parking on Stearns Lane, that's.
Right, I don't know how to define that either, and I can say when you look for office space, they tell you how many spaces you have available. It's not based on a code. They're gonna say, this is how many square feet you have 7 assigned spaces. I mean, that's how the lease is.
Right.
So they're not gonna go to the code reference, just so you know.
They're not, but when his tenants change over and they've got to go through a certificate of occupancy process, we're going to check those type of uses, make sure he's not leasing it to something that's allowed in highway commercial, like a restaurant, and he wouldn't have the adequate number of spaces.
Or something else that's allowable under neighborhood office that would have a use that increases those parking spaces. So obviously there is a filter that would have to, that's there.
Council, are there any further questions, discussion? All right. Councilmember Johnson, or are you just getting, okay. All right. So all those in favor of the motion, which is to approve variance to section 10.102, table 1, to allow reduction in parking from 44 spaces based on adjusted gross building area to 36 spaces. Variance to section 4.301 for impervious cover increase to 20.75% with 4,948 square feet of existing impervious cover to be treated to non-degradation standards. Variance to section 10.201 fire lanes to only require fire lanes as shown on the site plan set. And variance to section 10.108 design standards to allow for 25-foot drive aisles as shown on the site plan set. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say nay.
Nay.
I still with the fire, I say nay.
All right, just to be clear, I heard 3 ayes and 2 nays. The motion passes. Thank you very much to the applicants and all the residents and the neighbors that gave us feedback during this.
Thank you.
And thank you, council, for making that hard decision. Council, so we still have 2 items in executive session. We're at time. So we can either continue this meeting tomorrow or bring these items back for the next session. I think for the executive session item, can we bring that back in the next session without it impacting any, okay. The other 2, I guess, just in terms of getting approval for moving forward on those, we'd like to do that, but I'm not sure that we have the time in tonight's meeting to discuss that. Councilmember Johnson?
Sorry, what were the 2? Was one of them
the open space planning?
Number 10 and 11.
Pardon?
Number 10 and
Yeah, number
11.
10. That if that's going to pass, that ad hoc committee has to be formed super quick. So we got to get to that if we're going to do it. Is that okay?
So if we continue the meeting tomorrow, we can have we can continue on any of these 3 agenda items, so we can continue the meeting tomorrow if people are available to meet.
We have a CED meeting that starts at 6, and so we could meet at 5, possibly.
5 to 6.
From 5 to 6, would that be open?
Can council meet from 5 to 6 tomorrow to continue our meeting? Potentially, yeah. That's
Yeah,
an hour to get all 3 things.
I love your optimism.
Well, we can do we need to meet earlier?
I can't meet earlier. I'm going to be commuting from campus tomorrow,
Gotcha.
so the earliest I can meet is 5.
Okay.
So which items we have pending?
Item number 10, number 11.
Number 10 is about the
Open space
what is
plan.
No.
Open space planning.
Item number 10?
The open space RFQ, awarding the open space RFQ. And the item 11 is the engineering task order, number 13, to replace the Highway 290. And then the executive session is an update on city facilities.
I'm sorry, I have number 10 the wastewater line.
Yes.
So, but I think that we approved
No,
that.
The numbers change from your printed packet, Councilmember.
So number 10 is the open space plan. Number 11 is the wastewater line facility update.
So, I'm sorry.
The numbers change from your printed packet, I apologize.
Okay, so they want to discuss the wastewater line. Which other?
The wastewater line, the parks and open space plan,
Uh-huh.
and executive discussions to discuss the city facilities update from the city.
So when we will, the budget adjustment?
The 15th. The 15th.
If we have time, we can talk about it during executive session tomorrow. If we run out of time, it'll be at the February 15th.
February
meeting.
15, okay. Only you want 5 to 6 tomorrow?
Can our engineers make it?
Yeah, I don't know.
There's like two things that they have to.
The city facilities is being led by our business partner, so let me check his schedule.
And I mean, it's an expensive, you're good, you're expensive, so probably preferable, right?
Let me just check his calendar, make sure it doesn't have anything. If he does, look open tomorrow around in the evening.
All right, really appreciate that.
I will commit him.
All right. So I think we need a motion to continue our meeting until tomorrow. Is that correct, Barbara? Or do we just automatically?
That's correct. We got a
motion
motion
to continue the meeting until tomorrow. So if I can get a motion from council to continue the meeting to resume at 5 o'clock from 5 to 6 tomorrow. Councilmember Reeds?
Yes, I'll make our meeting tomorrow at 5.
Is there a second?
I can second that.
Is that all in favor? Say aye. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Say nay. All right, we are not closing the meeting. We are adjourning until tomorrow at 5 o'clock. And where we'll continue with our current agenda. All right, thank you all, council. Thank you, staff, for this late discussion.
Good job, Duncan.
That was brutal.